Good evening and welcome to the Monday, January 13th, 2025 open session meeting for the Kent County Board of Education. The time is 5:03. This is a notice that we have officially opened this meeting and are requesting the session to be in order. The first call, I call the meeting to order. As superintendent, I also serve as the secretary of the Board of Education, and therefore it's my role this evening to facilitate this evening's first agenda item, the annual January reorganization of the Board of Education through the election of a board president and vice president for the 2025 year. So at this time, I will open the floor for any nominations for the board president.
I nominate Trish.
I second that.
Are there any further nominations? We have a first, a nomination and a second for Trish McGee. Are there any further nominations? Okay, hearing none. We have a motion and a second for Ms. McGee to serve as board president for 2025. I'll call for the vote. Those in favor will signal by saying aye.
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 I'm not going to vote. I'll abstain.
Okay. Abstaining.
Yes.
And those opposed? The ayes have it. Congratulations, Ms. McGee, as our new board president.
Congratulations, Trish.
Okay, so moving on, at this time, I'll take nominations for the board vice president for the 2025 year. So I'll open the floor for any nominations.
I nominate John. Can I, is it okay to nominate? I nominate John Queen.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second for John Queen to serve as board vice president for 2025. Are there any further nominations? Hearing none, I call for the vote for John Queen to serve as our board vice president for 2025. Those in favor will signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it. Hearing no nays.
Was that you, Mr. Everyone voted?
I was going to abstain.
Okay. That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
And sorry, Ms. Manley, I'll go slower next year. And so congratulations, Mr. Queen.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, so at this time, I'll turn the order of the meeting over to our new Board of Education President, Ms. McGee.
All righty. Good evening, everybody. I'm looking for approval of the agenda for tonight's meeting.
A motion for approval of tonight's agenda.
Is there a second?
I second it.
Any discussion? I call for the vote. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. I don't have the script for moving into closed session. Okay.
Okay, just give us a moment.
Gotcha.
And we'll get that for
Okay.
you. Sorry, I
That's okay.
put that on my note for next year.
Apologize for the delay. Thank you. All right. All righty. I don't know if I read all of this or not. I'm looking for a motion to move in to closed session under general provisions of Article 3-305B to discuss the appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees, or officials over whom this public body has jurisdiction, and any other personnel matter that affects one or more specific individuals. The reasons are to protect the privacy or reputation of individuals concerning the matter not related to public business. I don't know. Let's see, to consider, to consult with counsel for legal advice, Oh, all the things, okay. Why didn't you just make it easier for me? All righty. To obtain legal advice, discussion of ongoing negotiations with Kent County Public Schools bargaining units, and administrative function to review findings and recommendations of ethics panel in response to complaint, and administration of ethics policy procedure in response to ethics panel's findings and recommendations. I'm looking for a motion to go into closed session for those reasons.
I'll make a motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Is there any discussion? I call for the vote. All in favor to go into closed session?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? I don't have the gavel. Adjourned, we're going into closed session, and we will resume open session about 6:30. Meeting. We're resuming our open session, and we started the meeting at 5 o'clock tonight, and the annual reorganization, I myself was elected president, and John Queen was elected vice president of the board. We went into closed session to discuss applicants for new hires, resignations, volunteers, transfers, extra pay for extra duty, and any other personnel matter, to obtain legal advice regarding an ethics complaint, to obtain other legal advice, discussions of ongoing negotiations with Kent County Public Schools bargaining units, and an administrative function to review the findings and recommendations of the ethics panel in response to a complaint and administration of the ethics policy procedure. On the matters outside of the administrative function, no action was taken. Ms. Swanson, I'm going to ask you to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our first item is approval of our consent agenda. I'm looking for a motion to approve that. There are two items on there, the minutes from our December 9th meeting and personnel actions. Need a motion?
Oh, I make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Is there any discussion? I call for the vote. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Ms. Swanson, you can vote on the minutes.
Aye.
All righty. Has anybody, Mrs. Manley, did anybody sign up for public participation? All righty.
Trish, and I'm abstaining from that vote.
Abstain from the minutes.
Yes.
Okay. Guys, I'll just reinforce, because I've learned over the years, I don't speak loudly sometimes, and I don't speak into the microphone, and Ms. Manley needs to be able to hear us, so lean in and speak. All righty. All righty. Mr. Swanson. I'll remind people that the speakers should limit their comments to 3 minutes. Comments about the actions or statements of individual staff members are not appropriate for public comment and should be referred to the superintendent of schools or processed through available channels. If submitting written testimony, speakers are requested to provide a copy to the president. Please remember, and it's president of the board, that is, please remember that this is an opportunity for the community to address their comments to the board. It is not an opportunity for dialogue. If you have questions that need an answer, please contact the superintendent or write a letter to the Board of Education, and a response will be sent back to you. I don't have the Staples 3-minute button, but Mr. Swanson is well-versed and knows how to time it, so,
I'm going to time myself, Trish.
all righty. Okay.
Don't get too wordy here.
All righty.
My name is Matthew Swanson. I'm the father of 4 Kent County students, one at Garnett Elementary, 2 at the high school, and 1 at the middle school. I want to start by congratulating you, Trish, on being elected to the president of the board. I know you did a wonderful job leading this group. John, congratulations on your being elected to vice president.
Thank you.
Laura, welcome to the board. I'm excited to see what you're able to accomplish in the months ahead. Look out for that one over there. She's wide. If anybody missed it, I wanted to give a shout out to new KCMS band director, Krista Carney, and the wonderful job she did putting together a holiday concert for the students in the middle school. There was music from the 6th graders. They had their own couple of songs from the 7th and 8th graders, and a percussion ensemble played some excellent music, and then they all played a stirring finale together. Ms. Carney had all of the students take turns introducing the different numbers, really gave an opportunity to shine as individuals in addition to the work they did as an ensemble. Want to thank Jody Bortz for coming to help out that night. There were many moving bodies, and she helped keep things running smoothly. Band teacher emeritus Leon Freisen was also there with his trademark smile, directing traffic and catching up with his former students. Miss Laura Marone from Garnett, and I handed out pizza at an astonishing pace to a bevy of hungry students, got them fed, and it was just a wonderful community effort to make a great concert happen. I know how much work it takes to teach and corral middle school students, and Ms. Carney just did a fabulous job in her very first term. Please give her a big thanks and appreciation to see her out there, and be sure to catch the spring concert when it rolls around. Thank you very much for giving me a chance to, yes, go ahead.
I think our mic at the podium's not working. I think
Oh.
Mr. Poor just stepped out to try to fix that.
Well,
So,
hopefully I was loud enough.
yes, thank you.
All right. Thank you, friends.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All righty, Dr. McComas, Superintendent's report.
Yes, so welcome back everyone from winter break and from our recent inclement weather event. I'm pleased to welcome our new board members to their first meeting and their tenure on the board. And of course, congratulations to Ms. McGee and Mr. Queen for being voted into leadership for the 2025 year. And I look forward to working with you and the entire board as we move forward this year and into the out years. I would be remiss if I did not take a moment to thank everyone for their incredible flexibility last week as we navigate the recent snowstorm. Everyone demonstrated tremendous teamwork each day as we move into from traditional closures into the virtual instruction. We were on the Teams meetings conferring and checking roads and checking into virtual instruction lessons. And our principals were well engaged, as were our teachers and students. I also want to say, in the spirit of continuous improvement, we had sent out this morning a survey to our parents to receive feedback on the experience to inform any future practice. We sent it out this morning, I think around 9 o'clock this morning, and by 4 o'clock we had 143 responses. I know that will continue. At that point, about 80% of the responses were positive overall, and we had given opportunity for people to provide us feedback for improvement, and we'll continue to look at those responses. So I want to thank our parents, because to be able to turn on a dime like that requires everyone on the same team, and it went overall well. So let's hope that we don't have any more inclement weather days, though. And then additionally, I want to just make sure that I share with the community information related to PowerSchool. PowerSchool is a vendor product that we use for our student information system and other systems that we're bringing on board, but we have not yet onboarded. PowerSchool is a product that's used by almost every school system in the state of Maryland and thousands of school systems across the nation. So PowerSchool, the system that we use to maintain our student data, announced to us and all school systems last week that it had experienced a data breach in late December. It was over our winter break in a cybersecurity incident. We directly contacted our families last week to inform them of that breach. The company said that the cybersecurity incident is contained, and that there is no current or ongoing threat to our students or our educators' data. Our IT team is continuing to work with PowerSchool and technology leaders in other districts across the state and state government agencies related to this PowerSchool incident. PowerSchool said the incident was an attack on the company, which is used, as I already said, by many districts in Maryland and throughout the nation. And that the attack was not on any single school system, it was really on the vendor. It was made clear that there was no additional action that Kent County Public Schools could have taken to prevent this breach. The company has committed to providing more information and resources, which could include credit monitoring or identity protection services, if applicable, as it becomes available. We take the security of our students and our staff's personal information very seriously, and we understand how PowerSchool breach is a great concern for everyone. We are coordinating actively with PowerSchool and our partners throughout the state to fully assess the situation and to safeguard our community moving forward. So I just wanted to make sure that we shared that on the record with everyone, and certainly if you have concerns or comments, you can reach out to myself, and then we'll coordinate with our team and PowerSchool as needed.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Are you finished with that part?
Yes.
Yeah. I just wanted to ask you, Do we have like a technology and communications plan in the event of a quote-unquote cyber attack?
Yes, we do.
Okay, do we practice it?
Yes, we constantly have that
Okay.
running.
Gotcha, thanks. Okay.
So as not to compromise anything.
Yeah, I don't want to know anything about it. I just want to make sure we have one, like
Yes,
a
yes.
crisis plan. Okay,
Yes, we do.
thank you.
We do.
Okay.
And then lastly, as part of my report, I just will say, by Friday, we're in the middle of January already, if you can believe that. And I just want to highlight that for our high school students, the first semester is coming to a close. And so I know that there are some students who, their courses are coming to a close, they have examinations. We also have high school students who will be taking state assessments because their course is at the end. And so I want to encourage them to get a good night's sleep, get a healthy breakfast, no sugar, protein, please, hydrate. And then nationally to also acknowledge on Monday as a nation we'll celebrate the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King. And so before we know it, it will be February. So that concludes the superintendent's report for today.
Thank you, Dr. Roberts. Mr. Hushin, Golden Anchor Award.
Thank you, President McGee, Dr. McComas, and our school board. Happy New Year to all. Tonight I stand before you to recognize our first Golden Anchor winners of the 2025 school year. Just as a reminder, the Golden Anchor Award goes to any employee or group of employees that exemplify the mission and vision and core values of our school system. Parents, staff members, and students may nominate any employee for this award. And just as a reminder, we try to put our nominations out electronically and encourage as many folks out there to nominate and help recognize the great work of our staff. This month we had 12 nominations, and as a result, we have 2 folks that we would like to recognize. Unfortunately, the first winner could not be here tonight due to another engagement / responsibility as an athletic coach over at the middle school. So our first winner goes to Sarah Moore, who is an instructional assistant at Kent County Middle School. We have made plans with her to go honor her and celebrate with her later on this week, but if you can just bear with me as I share some of the wonderful nominations that her colleagues have put forth about her. Sarah makes exceptional contributions and is more than deserving of this recognition. She consistently goes above and beyond in her role. She has an outstanding relationship with both students and their families, fostering a positive and supportive environment within our school community. Sarah is always willing to step in when needed, whether it's covering a class, helping teach lessons, or supporting colleagues. She is truly an integral part of our school. In addition, Sarah helps lead after-school sports, demonstrating her outstanding commitment to student growth beyond the classroom. Her dedication and versatility embody the qualities that the Golden Anchor seeks to honor. She is a cornerstone of our school, and I can think of no one more deserving of this award. And I'll just add, if you ever spend time in our schools, specifically at Kent County Middle School, Sarah is visibly seen all over the school, all day long, helping out and supporting wherever she can. So if everyone can join me in at least acknowledging her that she is one of our January 2025 Golden Anchor Award winners. Our second winner this month, it is a surprise, and I'm going to call up our Director of Teaching and Learning, Gina Jaka-Mowitz, to read the nomination for this next award winner.
Thank you, Mr. Hushin. So this evening, I'm really excited to be here to share this great news, and thank you, board members. Congratulations to our new board members and President McGee. Tonight, I'm happy to share that our next award goes to Henry Pelto. Henry has gone above and beyond to support many instructional district-level initiatives. He took the time to learn all about a new literacy program called Book Taco. He willingly shared all of the resources he created with others. He even took the time to go to other schools to help support the implementation of this new program. Without hesitation, Henry assisted the middle school staff with their newly purchased Lumos program as well. This is another online program. Henry has outstanding communication skills, and he is a true team player. He deserves to be recognized, and we are really proud to have him as part of the Pitt County Public School team. Please come up, Henry, and congratulations.
And just so everyone knows, Henry is a technology instructional assistant at Rockfall Elementary School, and he thought he was here this evening to learn how to run our online streaming for our school board meetings. Thank you, Mr. Moore. So, Henry, congratulations again.
Stand somewhere else.
Yeah.
Open, organized.
This side is down, this side.
Okay, everybody look at me. Big smiles. 1, 2, 3. All right, thank
There may be another golden anchor.
She is a tall guy. Thank you, Mr. Hushin. Kent County Middle School project update. Is that going to be you, Dr.
It
McComas?
is me. It is me. So I'm pleased to bring forward to the Board of Education and the public this evening, an update on our middle school project, which we are beyond excited about. Up here, I've just put 2 slides up here on for everyone's quick reference. On the left, you'll see the things that have been completed, and on the right, you'll see the things coming up in the future. So just a quick walk down memory lane. We know in the spring of 2023, Dr. Couch and the community engaged in a feasibility study, which of course recommended a replacement building on the current middle school campus. Dr. Couch did all the hard legwork to acquire funding to support the design and engineering phase, which the end game of that is to produce blueprints for a beautiful new state-of-the-art middle school for our community. And then moving into this financial year, which of course started July 1st of 2024, that money was in place for us to move forward with the first phase of design and engineering. As part of that, we contract with the Maryland Stadium Authority, who serves as our overall project manager for this. They then put out RFP out to solicit architect firms who applied, and there was a lengthy review process, and the architect company that was selected was Crabtree, Roball and Associates. They have done work for Kent County Public Schools in the past on capital improvement projects, and they've done work around the state in terms of building schools. And we have submitted, just as recent as I think it was the week before winter break, I testified to the IAC, or the which stands for the Interagency Commission on School Construction, requesting construction funds for our middle school project. So that brings you right up to date on where we are. I will just add that we are meeting, meaning myself, the middle school administration, and our central administration team from all facets of the work are meeting every other week with the architect to go through some preliminary design process. They were kind enough to take us out to visit another middle school project that they had done to help us with our inspiration and to look at concepts. We will be, and this is, I'm kind of moving into the future task here, part of the design process, we will have community meetings where the architect firm puts forward some design concepts and we get community input on those to help us as we work through it. In addition, we are currently, as everyone knows, the legislative season opened in Annapolis last week. Our delegation, I'm pleased to say, we met in December to discuss submitting legislation once again to request additional state funding to help with the actual construction of our middle school. And I've been invited to meet in Annapolis this Wednesday or Thursday of this week with the delegation around our legislative initiative. I will say our legislation needs to be filed by this Friday. So just to let you know, we are moving forward with that, and I'm appreciative of all the hard work of our delegation to help us with this request. Assuming, I should say, regardless of the construction funding, the design process that money's already in place, that's underway, and we are projected to complete the design process by December of 2025. And then let's assume positively that all the monies will come together to actually build the blueprint, build the school that our design blueprint says. If that's the case, if everything comes together, this time next year, we will be breaking ground, building a brand-new middle school, right? And of course, assuming that everything goes according to plan, then we would complete that construction in FY27, which for those of you who, like me, who think in school years, that's the 2026/2027 school year. And then we would be able to occupy that middle school, if everything goes on schedule, September of 2027. And that, I believe, is this year's third grade cohort. Am I getting that right? Fourth grade. Third graders? Third graders would be the first group of sixth graders to enter.
Well, the new middle school is going to be fifth grade.
That's right. That's why I'm getting confused with third and fourth grade. So they would be the first students entering as brand new to the middle school. So just to give you sort of the exciting pieces to think about. If you go to the next slide, please. I was going to say drum roll. Thank you, Mr. Ford. What you'll see there is our project management timeline. Just real quickly, the Gantt chart at the top shows you the timeline for the design and engineering process. The Gantt chart at the bottom shows you the timeline for construction. And you'll see that it goes all the way through, down the bottom is the construction piece, through April of 2028. That's the point at which our fields and all the surrounding landscape would be completed, because what will happen is they will begin construction on a new building on our campus, and then as we are able to occupy that building, then they need to go in and tear down the old building and fix the fields back up. So we would be looking at occupancy in September of 27, and then that following spring is when all the outside work would be completed, so to be, beautiful on the outside as well. So that is where we are with our middle school projects. Stay tuned. I will bring forward updates as there are relevant updates. We know the legislative season, as I mentioned, opened last week. It runs through, I believe, April 17th is the sign or die day. So by May, I will most definitely be bringing forward an update at that point, because we'll know how the legislation went. We will have a response back from the IAC around our capital improvement funding request. And hopefully before then, I'll have the dates to share with everybody for community input on the design process. So that concludes my middle school update.
And you'll keep us in the loop when community members and board members can go to Annapolis and support the legislation?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Great.
Thank you for the question.
All righty.
Can I ask a question real quick? I was just wondering, does that also include like the permitting process and like, I'm just trying to understand how that just, because that
Everything?
can take a long time to
Yeah.
get that in place. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I didn't. I get excited. So, Yes, it does. So that's all part of the project management through the Maryland Stadium Authority, and the architects manage all of that in concert with each other.
I have a question as well.
Yep.
Did the state delegation give any insight on what we can do as a school system, board members, or community on how to get this funding kind of swayed in our favor? Did they give us anything?
Well, I think that where we are right now is they are collaborating to think about what's the best strategy to request additional funding from the state. For those of you who in the viewing audience who may not be aware, we are a 50-50 funded school system with the state. Because we have, our county population is modest, we are asking the state to increase their allocation. So they're doing that through a legislative process. I think to Ms. McGee's point, perhaps us rallying in Annapolis, but I don't know at what point that is.
Right.
It would be the best way. I will, of course, stay in communication with our county commissioners and their administrative executive to make sure that they're aware of our work and effort as well. So we're staying, solidarity is how we're going to move this forward.
One more question. Are we
Sure.
the only school district in the state with the 50-50 split?
We are not. I cannot tell you off the top of my head what the names of the other counties that are also in a 50-50 proportion, but we are not the only ones,
All right.
to my understanding. Any other questions?
Thank you. So we're going to move on to board discussion. Ms. Swanson, we'll start with you.
All right. Hello, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed your holiday break and the unexpected snow week. I don't have too much to report, but I would like to warmly welcome Ms. McKenzie and Mr. Queen to the board. I know your daughter through band, Laura, and I've known John since I was little, so I'm really excited to work with both of you. In other news, I am happy to report that I met with the Student Advisory Council for the first time back in December. Every student invited to participate eagerly accepted. Dr. McComas, Ms. Mitzel, and I led the meeting, and the members got right into brainstorming and asking questions. I'll have more information once we've held a few more meetings, but I'm so happy that this project that I've been working on is finally underway. I'd also like to announce that the November Student Member of the Board video report has been posted. If you'd like to check it out, it's on the Kent County Public Schools YouTube, and the December video is on the way. I'd also like to remind everyone that schools will be closed, as Dr. McComas said, next Monday, the 20th, for Martin Luther King Jr. Day, and the following Monday, the 27th, for a staff professional development day. That's all I have.
All righty, let's jump right into our new board members.
I got questions for all of them. Well, just two quick ones. For the, this is a superintendent student advisory committee?
It is a student advisory council for the most part. I had Dr. McComas and I worked to start it and to select people, but it's mostly a student-run, student-driven, student goal-oriented group.
Understood.
If I may, I see myself as Vanna White to her game show, so I just am really, I'm her worker bee on this one.
Yes, and just one more question, Alden. What was your process, because you got students selected, how many students, but also what was your process of going about choosing students?
Thank you for asking. I sent out an email to all the teachers in the school, and I gave them explaining sort of what I was thinking about doing for this group, and I gave them a form to fill out nominating 3 students, and I got maybe like 40 responses. So, and that was more than 100 students that we went through each of their recommendations and why they recommended them, and Dr. McComas and I did that. And we decided from there who stood out to us, and part of the nomination process was to keep in mind students that aren't like academic superstars or sports captains people, like not people that you would automatically go to for, that usually get access to selective groups like this, but people who are more quiet leaders that teachers recognized, and I think teachers are the ones who can see that in certain students. So I think we've got, and we have 13 total. students from at least 2 from every grade. I think we have more sophomores, the most sophomores in the group. And everyone, I really like the group. I think it's a good mix of people and perspectives. And yeah, I think it's going to be great.
Thank you. Thank you, Walter.
Can I ask a couple of follow-ups?
Yeah.
So I'm hoping the intention is that this is not a one and done. This is going to become a standing committee.
Yes.
Now, the students that are serving this year, is it just a one-year thing? Will a whole new slate come in next year?
Well, since
And you're just a junior, so you can still be doing this next year. Okay.
continue, yes. Obviously, the seniors will graduate.
Right.
We'll probably have to see how it goes and evaluate what the kids in it think of it, and maybe we can do re-nominations, but I think it'd be good to think about having a new round of people each year, just because it's a different demographic each year.
Well, this year will be the guinea pig, and then it's going to turn out to be the coolest committee, and everybody's going to
Oh,
work
yeah,
on it.
oh, yeah, definitely,
Okay?
yes. And I'm hoping the snow days and all the testing at the high school have sort of thrown everything off, but now that we've had a meeting and we know each other, I'm hoping we can start to do like bi-weekly meetings maybe, starting in February.
Will there be any sort of report, maybe at the end of the school year or something, so that the board can hear what you've worked on, or issues that seem to be really important to you to the committee, and what would be the next step when you really get your teeth into an issue? What are you guys going to do?
Well, I'm hoping that at our next meeting, once we've done our brainstorming, we can focus in on like really important goals, like 2 or 3 things that were like, we want this, and we think this is important. And I'll hopefully update you guys at every meeting on what we're doing.
Yeah,
and
that'd
what's
be
going on.
awesome.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and I
part of
can do
your
an end of the report, yeah, in my report or anything. So I want to, the point of this is to get the student voice to the board, because that is a big disconnect that I saw, and I thought I could try to help. So,
I think that's really awesome, so
Thank
thank
you.
you.
It's needed, agreed.
All righty, we're going to start with our new board members. We'll start with you, Mr. Queen.
First off, let me start off by saying it's an honor to be elected to serve as a Kent County Public School official. I would also like to say congratulations to Laura McKenzie, who ran an exceptional campaign, and I also look forward to serving with you. To the current Board of Education members, I hope my perspective and community experience brings a new and welcome energy to our board. Dr. McComas, we have spoke several times since you got into this community, both in my role as a community leader and also as a new board member. And publicly, I want to say I'm excited to work with you from our conversations of what I've seen so far, and I look forward to following your leadership as well. Over the past few years, in my opinion, the perception of what the Board of Education duties are have become slightly distorted. One of my main objectives will be to make sure the community understands the duties and responsibilities of Kent County Public Schools Board of Education members and the superintendent. As a Board of Ed member, I will commit to a vision of high expectations for student achievement and quality instruction with clear goals towards that vision. Accountability must be at the forefront of KCPS, and as a Board of Ed member, I believe we should spend less time on operational issues and more time focused on policies to improve student achievement. Our board will lead as a united team with our superintendent, and we will respect each other's roles as prospective members. Also, a few updates and upcoming events. Since officially elected, I had a chance to speak to about 24 families about the future of Kent County Public Schools and their concerns. Not just to these families, but to the public watching. I will urge you to come to the Board of Ed meetings and have your voice heard here, but don't just stop there. You need to be also emailing your superintendents, your principals, and become more active. Telling John Queen or any board member about your concerns and let it just stop on our shoulders is not good enough. We need the community as a whole to be more proactive about their concerns. So for families with concerns, my official email is jqueen@kent.k12.maryland.us. So go ahead and blow that up. I also had a chance to speak with board member Laura McKenzie over the last month about how we would like to affect the board as new members and some of the goals we have moving forward. As you know, always a pleasure talking to you since we've met. I also had a chance to speak with the new president, Trish McGee, about expectations about being a new board member, and she kind of let me know my perception about what the board does was totally misguided. And I also think Mr. Joe Getz said it on his last day. He said, until you're on this side of the table, you will not truly understand your job. That's 100% correct, and this is my first day, and I can say I agree with that. And Trish, thank you for kind of helping me get on the right path early in my journey with this. Once again, Superintendent Dr. McComas, I've spoke to you several times about my concerns, and we've also talked about how we can best support each other's roles. So I continue to move forward with that. Also, this month, I will be visiting a few of our schools this month, just to introduce or reintroduce myself to the Kent County Public Schools community. Also tomorrow, Tuesday, January 14th, I will be attending the MABE orientation for new board members for the state of Maryland in Annapolis. It's an all-day gig too, so I'll be there all day. And a community event, Saturday, February 8th, 2025, I will be attending the Bayside Hoyas Frederick Douglass Day of Acknowledgement event in partnership with Washington College. Last year, the organization honored the Kent County Middle School AAEEBB program, and this year they'll be honoring Kent County Public School alum Tyshawn Johnson, also known as Young Swag, with the Shooting Star Award, to also join other Kent County alum Manny Camper and Jay Sean as just some of those recipients. Overall, I look forward to the new journey as a Kent County board member, and I'm excited to get the work started. So thank you, everyone, and I'm ready.
Thank you, Mr. Queen. Ms. McKenzie?
Sure. I would first like to express what an honor it is to serve and represent Kent County Public Schools, to join this team that is dedicated to improving achievement for all students and remaining focused on what's in the best interest of all children. I appreciate the hard work that Dr. McComas has put in during her first months here in engaging with our community at large, and also our school community. It's so important to have leaders that are accessible and willing to listen, and I plan to do my part in joining that effort to be an active and available listener and collaborator. School system improvement is a team process, and it's important that all ideas be welcomed and genuinely considered at every level. The board is now a new team, and it takes time to develop a new normal. But to my fellow board members, I just want to say that I look forward to working with each of you and striving together to achieve consensus and cooperation with every task and decision that we face. You know, I just want to thank you all then for what you're doing with the work with the Student Advisory Committee, because I had written a statement about self-advocacy. I'm a very strong proponent of self-advocacy, and I really just best wishes on as you patiently persist with advocating for what the students, and with your fellow students, obviously advocating for what you guys really want most, because it does take a lot of patience and persistence. You guys are learning to develop your voice. I really encourage you that. Self-advocacy is a life skill. Once you graduate from high school, I'm sure you know, it gets even harder, right? As an adult, whether you're navigating college or work or whatever place, any system you're working through, it takes a tremendous amount of courage and patience and persistence. And so, great job on getting that started at the high school at another level. So, thank you. As a new legislative session began on January 8th, it's important for all of us to speak up and reach out to our elected officials and advocate for legislation and policies we believe will have the most positive impact on student achievement and school safety. And I appreciate the work that Dr. McComas is continuing to advocate for the funding we need to continue with our middle school project, and hope to support her in that effort. We understand at this time that an aspect of the blueprint has been paused, and while I believe that was a necessary decision, it's also an opportunity to communicate to our state leaders which blueprint mandates are having a direct positive impact on student achievement here in Kent, and which are not. I had the opportunity to participate in MABE's legislative committee this afternoon, and it was a valuable learning experience to see firsthand the collective advocacy that is occurring around our state, and how we as board members can voice our concerns and needs to make sure the needs of Kent County Public Schools are represented. Improving literacy and math performance is the primary focus in Kent County and around the state. On December 11th, I had the opportunity to attend a conference organized by Marilyn Reeds on the implementation of Maryland's new literacy policy. Dr. Carrie Wright, our new state superintendent, spoke along with other state leaders in education, and I was very encouraged by their transparency and the clear actions that are being taken to get Maryland Public Schools back on track. Dr. Wright shared honestly that educational achievement is a marathon, not an overnight magical process. From what I've learned about our own literacy efforts in Kent County, I believe we are very much ahead of what the state is doing, and we will win this marathon in literacy and math. So there's a lot of work to be done, but many good things continue to happen every day within our schools. In December, I had the opportunity to attend 2 programs that showcase the fun, talent, and community that is really special here in Kent County. On December 18th, I attended the 16th Annual Seasonal Sensations Dinner and Concert held at Kent County High School. It was a lovely evening that included performances by our talented instrumental and vocal students, as well as a very delicious meal prepared by our culinary students. A very special thank you to Mrs. Jody Bortz, the Music Boosters, Chef John Keller, the culinary arts students, and every volunteer for coordinating a really successful and enjoyable evening. And on December 20th, I attended the Math and Magic Holiday Show and dinner at Kent County Middle School, and that was a super fun night filled with laughter, entertainment, and I know I was left truly wondering how the illusionist pulled off the tricks that he did. And kudos to Mr. Tyree Johnson and staff at Kent County Middle School for organizing a great event start to finish. And lastly, the best way to reach me is through email at lmckenzie@kent.k12.md.us. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dorsey?
Yes. I would just like to say that I hope that everyone enjoyed the Christmas holiday and their new year. We're in 2025, and I'm hoping for a successful year. This will be my 3rd year on the board. I want to say that I look forward to working with the new board members, Laura and John. And it seems as though that a lot of the things that are important to them are definitely important to our students. So I'm glad to hear that, how much that they want to see change and want to work as a team, which is very important. I would also like to thank the newly elected President, Trish, and the newly elected Vice President, John. I want to also thank King County High School for putting on their 37th annual Christmas show. I truly enjoyed it. It was at the planetarium. I took my grandchildren on December the 19th. They enjoyed it. So I really look forward to seeing when next year, when they put on the 38th annual show. Truly, it was the first time that I even knew anything about it, sad to say, but I truly enjoyed it. We had a good time, so I want to thank them.
Thank you. Mr. Rhodes?
First, I'd like to say congratulations to our 2 new board members, Laura McKenzie, John Queen. Glad to have you guys aboard. This is going to be a fun year. We're going to get a lot accomplished. Trish McGee, I'm glad you're the new president and vice president. It's going to be a wonderful group to work with. I want to say that, Laura, you mentioned the Seasonal Sensations dinner that was sold out. It was a wonderful event. The band was great. Jody Bortz did a great job, and your instrumental was wonderful. The whole group did good. They should get a big shout out for how well they did. I also want to give a special thanks to Chef John Keller. I think the food was it was just very well done, and the students there that were working looked professional, and some of them are going to go to culinary arts school when they graduate. So I just want to give a big shout out to what the culinary arts students are doing, and I'm very, very proud of those 2 events. It was a fun event, and thank you. And I just want to wish everyone a happy new year, and we're going to get off to a good start and work for our students and get a lot accomplished this year. I feel very, very good with our 2 new board members and our new superintendent. We have a lot of positive energy here. So that's all I have to say.
All righty, thank you very much. I want to echo what everybody else has said. Welcome to our new board members. I'm looking forward to renewed energy and new perspectives, and with a new superintendent, I think it's a perfect time for a pivot, so to speak. Seasonal Sensation was great. I want to give a shout out to our WKHS students who were the cover story in the January issue of Radio World. They had the photo, which was awesome, and the guy came and he did an exceptional job on the story. It was a 5-page story. He spent an entire day at the radio station. He interviewed a lot of the kids. He talked to Mr. Singleton, and it was really well done. And this is the Broadcasting's trade journal, so I mean, they're going to get a lot of exposure from that. Just a couple of things I want to add to Dr. McComas's discussion of the middle school. A couple years ago, it seemed like it was so far in the future, and now we're right on the precipice. And interestingly enough, at the December 16th Chestertown Council meeting, the Recreation Commission gave a presentation on their 10-year master plan, and they mentioned two things. They mentioned Garnett Elementary School, and they mentioned the middle school. And when we, fingers crossed, do our construction, the footprint of that is going to flip, and for a while, the middle school is going to be without some playing fields. So their plan is for us to go over to Bailey Park, and we're going to have to figure out how we're going to get our kids there and all that kind of stuff. There is a mutual agreement between the school system and the town of Chestertown, which apparently nobody can put their hands on, but all the improvements that were made to that field were really paid for the town of Chestertown. Municipalities can get program open space funds, school districts can't. So with over $200,000, the town of Chestertown really funded that, so we can't forget how important a partner they are for us, okay? So just, again, it's a 10-year master plan, and it's just a concept plan, but the middle school part is fast approaching, and we can't forget that. Laura mentioned legislative committee. I just want to report that it's hard to believe that in all the snow last week, actually the General Assembly met as scheduled on January 8th, and Senate Bill 0130 was pre-filed in September, and it had its first reading on January 8th, and it's about requiring every school board to have a policy on cell phones and instruction time and things like that. And I know that the middle school has, I don't know if it's a pilot program or has their own, but this is requiring every school district in the state. So I'm going to follow that. I mean, it's in committee now. The majority whip, which is Senator Joanne Benson, I believe, from Prince George's, she sponsored and submitted the bill, but other than having a first reading, nothing else has happened. I hope people will bear with me for a meeting or two till I get my feet under me about being the president, but I hope to do you all proud, and I'm looking forward to collaboration. And that being said, we're going to move on to, I believe it's Mr. Hushin and our school calendar for the next school year. Thank you very much.
Trish, while Mr.
Yep.
Hutchison approaching the mic, what's that bill for Senate Bill?
It's Senate Bill 130.
130.
And right now, it's in the Education, Energy, and Environment Committee, okay? So it lays out that, I'll read it to you really quickly. It requires each Board of Education to develop and implement a policy that prohibits students from using a cellular device during instructional time during the school day. Instructional time is included everything but lunch. But it also prohibits preventing a student from using that device, whether it's a tablet or a cell phone, if, in their individual education program or their medical requirements, there are allowances for that to be made. Also, there is a requirement that there's a place that they get put during the day, a secure place, and that there are consequences for violating that policy. So again, it was pre-filed way back in September. There hasn't been any discussion. I checked today to see if it had moved anywhere, and it hasn't. But it's easy enough to follow online.
Some schools follow it. I work in Anne Arundel County. They're following it, the high schools already.
Yeah, well, we've got one, but it's not a school, it's not system-wide, it's the middle
School
schools.
procedure.
And I'm not sure what the high school's doing. But anyhow, it's to be system-wide. So, all righty. Thank you.
Thank you, President McGee, Dr. McCombs, school board members. Tonight, we stand before you to engage in our 2025-2026 school calendar development. Each year, a team of admin, parents, teachers, and support staff meet to analyze pre-survey data and to talk about how we can take the data from the survey and develop proposed calendar templates that we bring to all of you for a final motion in February. Tonight, we are here to break that data down for you, answer any questions that you have, and then share the 3 draft templates that our school calendar committee has worked on based on the feedback that we received when we met as a team on Thursday, December 19th. All of you have a folder that I dropped off for you that has the survey as well as the 3 calendar templates in front of you. I am going to have Dan DeVillio, our communication specialist, walk you through this survey, which he sets up and sends out for us each and every year, and does a wonderful job tracking the data for us that lead to our discussion with our team. Dan?
Thank you. Good evening, board members. All right. There you go. Sorry, trying to find the scroll. All right. So every year we do 2 rounds of surveys. We do an opening survey to gauge what the public's priorities are for our calendar, so we can develop some templates that we then put out for a second survey to gauge the community's preference overall on what we've been able to map out based on our initial responses. So our first survey we sent out, it was live from mid-November to about mid-December, so we had about a month. We shared it through our website and social media, as well as direct correspondence with families through our app, through robocalls and emails. We sent out multiple reminders. Every time we send out a reminder, we got another 30 to 50 responses. So it keeps the cycle going. It keeps the people who are like, oh yeah, that's right, that survey went out. I need to do that. They get that next notification, they sit down and they go ahead and do it so they don't miss their chance. So we got 199 responses this year for our first one. So when you look at that first pie chart, it looks like it's a whole bunch of different types of folks, but really it boils down to 42% of respondents were family members and students, and the other 58% were Kent County Public Schools staff. 32% were teachers. But when you give people the option of other, that's where you get all those little slices of the pie that are very, very specific. So we start with the start date. We begin at the beginning, right? So every year we ask at this point, do you prefer starting before or after Labor Day? That big blue, that's not even a slice, that's pretty much most of the pie. That favors starting after Labor Day. That's about 68.3%. We had, so that's 136 responses. We had 56 that preferred starting the week before Labor Day. We do throw out every year the idea of starting 2 weeks before Labor Day. We only had 7 takers on that one. One concern noted on that is the effect it could have on teachers who have summer jobs. A more specific question just for our staff is that every year we ask the preference on how they'd like the Maryland State Education Association's Convention Day to be categorized. Would they like it to be a day off?
or Professional Development Day. And as with most years, it was about 84% prefer that it just be considered a day off. All right. Going into winter break. So we're looking at Christmas and New Year's will fall on Thursdays. So we asked if students should start back on the Friday after New Year's Day, or if we should wait till Monday. You can probably guess what the big red answer is. They prefer Monday. Likewise, we always ask, prefer a longer, shorter spring break. Easter is going to be in early April next year. The majority, again, prefers a longer spring break. Again, it's not quite as overwhelming the majority as we see with the winter break, so it's not the highest priority of long breaks, but it is still what they would prefer, what folks would prefer. We want to be a little proactive this year, looking at graduation. So graduation date is usually, historically, it's been brought to the board during the course of the school year. This year, we thought, well, let's see about working it into the calendar right from the start. And so for the last few years, we've been doing and having great success, I think, with having graduation on Friday morning. Prior to COVID, we had graduation on Saturdays. So we have coordinated with our principal, Ms. Hemstetter, on asking this, and we're looking at a pretty even split between Friday and Saturday, so we're not seeing a big priority there. And so there are a lot of logistics that go into planning graduation and staffing needs and that sort of thing. And so that, I think, would be a bigger factor into where we decide to go with graduation. So then we always ask, are there additional holidays outside of our contracted holidays that we'd like to see added into the calendar? One of the most common, and we received 14 suggestions this year, is Veterans Day, which falls on a Tuesday this year. We received 3 suggestions for Election Day being a day off. There is no major election in November of 2025, and typically Election Day is off for schools or when school system buildings are used as voting centers, which is not the case in Kent County. We did also receive 2 requests for Indigenous Peoples Day / Columbus Day off as well. And that covers it on the survey end for this year.
Thank you, Dan.
I got a few questions for Dan, if you don't mind.
I was just getting ready to ask if anyone had
Yes.
any questions.
For us to have 1,700 plus students, the response is kind of low, in my opinion, for feedback. What outlets or ways are we getting this survey out to the community, whether it's parents or staff? And then what new ideas do we have to increase the number of responses? Because if we're going to bank a whole calendar on 200 responses, I got to see what's the quantification for that, if that makes sense.
So a couple of, we do put this out, we do a lot of direct family notification for these surveys. We send them out through our robocall, text and email system. So that goes right to families' phones, as well as our mobile app, which also sends it directly to family phones. We have it posted prominently at the top of our website while the survey is open. We have it promoted multiple times on our social media sites, and it gets shared not just on the KCPS site, but then the schools will share it on their individual pages as well. Getting survey engagement can be a challenge. We do as much as we can to get it out there. We have used publications, Kent County News, Tidewater Trader, we send out press releases with it as well. So we use the major avenues available to us.
Understood. Two more questions. One, for feedback, have you thought about maybe big basketball or big high school games for football, maybe a rival game against Queen Anne's? Free admission if you fill out this questionnaire.
That's something we could certainly coordinate with the sports organizations on, yeah.
And one last question, for the breaks, because everyone's going to vote for longer time off, is there any data to suggest the effect it has on students, whether it's longer or shorter, as far as academic? Of course, they're going to want the longer for fun and, just relaxation, but as far as coming back off the break, case in point, my daughter's dreading coming back from break testing. She's running around anxious or has anxiety about doing it because the break was so long. So if that's in my household, how many other households may have some type of effect, whether negative or positive, based on that long break? I just want to know, is there any data to quantify the effect it might have before we make those type of decisions?
As for hard data, there's, through the area that I work in, I don't have that kind of hard data. What we do have are discussions on how do we balance concerns about things like summer slide and learning loss, as well as we look at long stretches where there aren't any breaks and what that means for both teachers and students who aren't getting a chance to kind of step away and take a breather as well. So we are trying to address those as we put these calendars together.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. I think that was a great point about the survey data. Just in my conversation, I think some of the work that Alden is starting up at the high school with like her groups, perhaps going forward, we can lean on those groups more to get some more student input as well, especially when we're now talking about possibly building in high school graduation. So what I will say, Mr. Queen, over the last probably 4 years, the amount of results have been the same. However, typically when we put the calendar templates out for the vote, the actual templates where we're going to bring back to you for a final motion, we tend to see a higher percentage of people taking action on those surveys. Is it anywhere near 1,700 students? No. I think the average over the past 3 or 4 years has been about 350, 360.
Quick question, just looking at some of the comments, thinking about how a calendar would impact a family with younger children differently than it would with students with older children. And so I'm just wondering if you're having any conversations with, say, school staff that are working with the youngest children, and because I understand what it's like to have to, it's been a while since I've had to work through childcare during summer, but I haven't forgotten what that's like, and I just don't know when I think about the impact on them versus the older students, and if that's something that's factored into it.
It's a good point. I don't think it's really come up with this year's calendar committee, but it is, something that we can definitely take the note of. Our purpose here tonight is to go through these 3 templates, take your feedback, take your considerations to modify the templates that we have, to bring it back to our calendar committee, which we will meet for one last time tomorrow night, to put the final touches on the templates that will go out for a vote so that we can bring you the top 2 templates forward in February, where you will be asked to take a motion and ultimately approve the final school calendar. So, I've heard some feedback. Would it be helpful to kind of walk you through each template just to kind of let you know how we landed there?
For me, no.
Okay.
Not each template, no.
Okay.
My biggest concern would be more responses, that's it.
Okay.
If the goal for me as a board member would say to the committee making this decision is try to double the number you have for input, and
Sure.
I'll be satisfied.
Okay. Well,
To,
I think that-
I was going to say to
I'm sorry,
Mr.
go
Queen's
ahead.
point, I think it's easier to justify or validate a decision that we make when you have more input. I mean,
Yes.
to his point now, of those 1,700, some families have multiple kids, you know,
Correct.
but still, it's hard to say, well, we only heard from, first of all, it's hard for me to accept that only 199 people who are involved in our school system care enough to fill out a darn survey. You know, that bothers me.
Yes.
But I'd be a whole lot more confident in the decision I make when I say, well, I heard from 500 people and this is what they said. So I think it's really a cool idea of putting a survey out at a sporting event, something that's really well-attended. I had never thought of something like that,
And
so.
then, because that way we doing our due diligence across the board, because you hear a lot in the community is, well, I didn't hear anything. And when he first explained, he said at least 7 places you can go and find this information. Let's just pretend we are doing everything we need to. We still have to do more in this day and age, so I agree with Trish.
Yeah, and I would agree. We do value community input, as you know, that's part of why we did our community conversations in that format. And our team certainly appreciate the creative ideas, and we'll follow up on that. And likewise, I invite all of you to be ambassadors in the community as you talk to people, to ask them, have you completed the survey? If not, let me help you get that done. So we'll work together to continue to build up that response.
So not to spend, a lot of time going through each template, but the overall thought process was to bring forward 3 very different looking calendars. We have one post-Labor Day start and then 2 pre-Labor Day starts. With the post-Labor Day start, we're very restricted in the length of breaks that we can bring forward. So you will note that we have a much shorter spring break and a decent winter break, starting with the last day, half day for students on the 23rd, and then returning on Monday the 5th. I would also like to point out, because I believe this speaks to the point earlier about like childcare and things like that, you will see that the early release days on the Wednesdays of each month are continue to be brought forward. And then you will also see the Friday of a possible proposed graduation date is Friday, May 29th, which right now, just in draft format, is on there as a professional development day, which means there would be no school, for all KCPS students, allowing siblings to attend high school graduation, allowing staff who work with children over the years to attend high school graduation, and to also allow high school to have the operational staff to put on what is a fabulous high school graduation each year. So that is, this is something very new that we are bringing forward through this process. Some of it came up in earlier conversations that the prior board had earlier this year. So we just need some feedback, some direction from you. What are there things that you absolutely want us to keep in here? What are some things you want us to, maybe reconsider, add, and then obviously so that when we are able to put it out for a vote and we can strategize to get more people to seek input, what is it that you want? Because ultimately, when we come back to you in February, it's your decision. You all have the final decision. So open for feedback, suggestions.
I was wondering, because I know that for this year's graduation, it's on the Friday, it's in the morning, but it's only a day off for the high schoolers, right?
Yeah, so that was that's a great point, Alden. That is a calendar adjustment that we made this year. In years prior, coming out of the pandemic, we had the ability to utilize asynchronous days, which the state passed last year. Synchronous days are no longer allowed. So having the high school graduation date, we ran into a challenge of, well, how are we going to do this when years in the past it was an all hands on deck approach, students weren't inside the schools. How are we going to make that happen this year? So that's why we adjusted it so that at least for the high school, staff were available to help put on a high school graduation.
So I've got a question. So, we're sitting up here wringing our hands because none of us are happy with the low response. Did I understand you to say that your final meeting is tomorrow? You guys are meeting again tomorrow?
So it's our projected.
Okay, well, I'm just saying is, can we put out another, blast tonight? I mean, anybody who's watching this meeting, and maybe even tomorrow, to say, we really would like to hear from more people, and that maybe, I hate to add to your workload, but maybe you guys could back it up a week, and maybe we could have just some more data before we... I don't know how to do that, but I'm just saying, because if that's not possible, we just wasted a bunch of discussion about not getting more people.
How would the board feel about this? Because I believe we did this years prior to me sitting in this role, where we pushed the timeline up a little bit, where instead of bringing
to it in February, bring it
a final, decision for a motion in February, we can work internally, put out some, find a more strategic way to try to gain more responses, come back February, have further discussion with the idea that in March, we'll bring you the top 2 templates that we put out for a vote, and we can make that decision there.
Is there a deadline by where you all have to make this decision?
I don't believe so. I think we have to submit the report to the states towards the end of the year. Usually it's just to alert our community so they can start planning, summer vacation. Big difference, with a post-Labor Day start or a pre-Labor Day start.
I like the idea of at least one more strategic plan on your behalf before we even get to the final stage of even entertaining a vote. I would like to see more responses.
How about we could work with the individual schools and try to have some handouts or something that the students can take home to their parents, or just get the word out somehow, because it's not, is that too much work to do something like that?
No, I think that's a good point. I think with our technology, with sending out links and possibly even creating a QR code, when our principals send out their, weekly, whether it's emails or robocalls. I believe the high school did start to do that this year, where they did put a link to vote for this survey, and perhaps we can work with our other school principals on that.
But do people read all that stuff? You get that. I read it because I'm on the board, but a lot of people read those flyers.
Well, it's something that I think we can commit to absolutely try.
I'm wondering if, I know that you have the telephone numbers stored, as far as, you have a lot of people, the parents' telephone numbers and different things like that. Is it possible to send through text as well? And if you wanted a QR code, could you put that out there?
Yeah, I was just turning back at Dan, and I believe when we sent out the original robocalls for it, did go out in a text format as
Okay, so it went out as the notification that you get with the Kent County, which is a lot of reading. I was just wondering if it could go out by itself as a piece, so you don't have a whole lot of other things.
We had a specialized, isolated, school calendar survey. It didn't go out with
all the other stuff.
All the other stuff. But I hear what you're all saying. I think what we can do is we can go back to our committee, talk about some of the ideas, maybe utilizing one of our upcoming, varsity boys basketball game. We've already played Queen Anne's, but
Hey, we get a rematch with St. Michael's.
Yes.
That might be the game.
That is not the game, but there is some game. There is some game, and I just want to say, I appreciate the creativity. This is the beauty of fresh perspective, right? You think of things you never thought of. I just want to kind of be mindful. So We will come back with a different timeline because we will get out and we will shake the bushes to get more voice involved in the process for us to stand
There was
on.
just a little chatter.
One more clarification we
behind
have?
me where
The board policy states that the calendar will be developed by the end of the current school year, so we do have
Oh,
time.
we have time. I think it's fair if we communicate to parents prior to spring break, which spring break's in late April this year. So I think that's a fair notice for people that gives them 4 or 5 months to figure out their summer schedule before where school starts.
So we will be back up here with more.
Just a
updated
quick,
information.
last, I know my kids have talked about getting surveys, at least at the high school level. I don't know if that's through Schoology or something. I don't know if that's something that can be used as well.
Sure. Sending out the survey links to our high school student bodies, possibly more like targeted audience. Okay.
You didn't need any action, you don't need us to
No,
vote
this
on
was
that,
just
okay.
for information only tonight, and we really appreciate your feedback, and we'll see you up here next month.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty, Ms. Stewart.
Good evening, President McGee, Dr. McComas, members of the board. Excuse my voice, I kind of lost it a little bit, but I'm going to speak up as loud as I can. And congratulations to our new board members, Vice President Queen,
Thank you.
Ms. Flora.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to get started with our expenditure and revenue report.
Oh, that's the, looks like just a memo.
Bear with us. Okay, so while they're doing that, I can explain this because we do have new core members. So each month I do come to present the expenditure and revenue report. The expenditure and revenue report is presented essentially as of July 1st fiscal year to whatever the current month ends for our next board meeting, by the next board meeting. So essentially, with the December 31st, 2024, it's going to show the expenditures and revenue as a collective from July 1, 2024 to December 31st, 2024. And that's the kind of model that we go out. The revenues will show what we have for all funding sources, well, all funding avenues. We have our current expense fund, which is our unrestricted funding. Then we have Fund 5, which is your food service funding, and Fund 3 is our school construction. Right now, we really don't have anything for our school construction because Dr. McComas has already given the entryway for KCMS. We do have a Fund 7, which is the trust and agency fund, but we don't really have anything involved with there, so you'll see that. And then you'll see the breakdown of expenses. I usually just go over whatever that collective amount we have expended so far or the percentage. And then you'll also see the restricted grants as well. That may look a little wonky to you, that is completely fine. Grants is something where we have to spend the money up front first, and then we get reimbursed back from the agency. We do budget amendments throughout the year. My grant specialist is out in the audience. She's going to be coming up to present the restricted grant review. But that kind of gives you, and then I do like an overview of everything collectively. So that kind of gives you just around it.
Ms. Stewart, could you kindly, just for the benefit of our new members and any viewing audience, the difference between restricted and unrestricted, like
Yes.
what, because there's some
Yeah.
nuance to that it's important to understand.
So our unrestricted funding is basically our local funding and state funding. So as you know, as you may know, we are considered local share, meaning that the county gives us the local share because it's the greater local share or maintenance of effort. So the county gives us a local share, and then we get state funding from the state of Maryland. That is really our only two funding sources. We do have other sources that we receive, such as like aging schools, donations. MAID gives us money for workman's comp as well as group insurance to assist us with risk management and things of that nature. But that's all unrestricted funding. So essentially, that's what helps the superintendent create her budget. You have restricted money that is received from the state of Maryland that's restricted for specific use. So if someone applies for an energy efficiency grant, well, you can't use that grant to hire somebody because it's specifically for energy efficiency. So when you think of unrestricted and restricted, think of it that vein, because restricted also, we have to get approval from the state of Maryland to even use it for what we put there's a whole budget process that goes through that. Budget process meaning that our grant specialist meets with the grant manager to go over what is allowable, because they will send you an application to say, this is the grant that we're awarding, this is what's allowable. We do a C-125, get it sent to the state, the superintendent signs off on it, as well as myself and the grant manager here. We have a lot of get a lot of federal funding for instruction as well as special education. I would say about 50% of our restricted funding is special ed. The 50% is for like instruction, CTE. So that's kind of the dynamic.
Thank you. And they have our revenue and expenditure report up, so I think we can.
Yes. Thank you, no problem. So this is our revenue. So for Fund 1, which is our current expense fund, we received about $22.6 million to date. As you will see, the breakdown here, the county appropriation is what we get from local. I believe that that is a bi-weekly deposit that we get. Our unrestricted state and federal grants, that is our unrestricted state monies as well as unrestricted federal grants money, because essentially some of our unrestricted are title-like grants, but they're really unrestricted funding. And then our restricted states and grants, as well as our state funds and other receipts. And then we have our Fund 3, which we don't have anything to share for that because we don't have any capital projects that are underway right now. And then our food service, Fund 5, we have our school receipts. That is pretty much your a la carte. So the snacks and ice cream, things like that. And then we have other receipts that we get the state funding from the state with our meals. So that's $644,000 that we received to give us a total of $23,277,405. $23,277,405.87. Then we roll into our current expense line. So to date, we've expended about.
Can I ask a quick question,
Yes,
please, about
sure.
this first part? So for like capital projects, seeing there's nothing there, but that would be something maybe like the middle school project?
Yes.
Understood.
So that's where the 50/50 comes in, where what you will see here is that depending on where we're at the point of the project, then let's just say it costs us $1 million to get started. 500,000 will come from the state, the other 500 will come from.
And then that total amount will only be from the dates you said first. I think you said June 1st to December 31st?
Yeah. For whatever time frame.
Okay. Repeat the snack part.
So the food service, the school receipts is the a la carte receipts. So that's the receipts from our students buying snacks, drinks, ice cream, the things that they can get into in addition to if their parents put money on their My School Bus,
Understood.
they can pay for that. The other receipts is the federal funding that we receive. And Angie, can you help me with that? That is our food service support supervisor. She can give you more detail. I know it's federal funding, but there is a process we go with meals, and she is very versatile.
Good evening, congratulations. So, in a nutshell, we're under a CEP application, which allows all 5 of our schools to receive free breakfast and free lunches.
When you say CEP, you know, I'm a rookie, I'm new up here.
Yeah,
so-
Community Eligibility Program,
Understood.
which provides funding to support, as she just said, free breakfast and lunch for
breakfast and
every
free
single student in our school system,
Yes, and that's
every
based
single
on
day.
our percentage of poverty for the entirety of the student population. So unfortunately, the poverty is high enough here that allows us to do that for the students.
Yes.
A part of that, the USDA says if we're going to give you that, then you're going to have to follow our guidelines for the nutritional standards,
Yeah.
which we meet. So all of our funding comes from the USDA, we're federally funded. That's how food service
Yes.
supports with the Oliver.
Understood, thank you.
Sorry. So we move into our current expense fund. We've expended about 66%. Now, when you're looking at this in our category, by state law, we are supposed to budget by separate categories, which you see here. That's our administration, mid-level administration, etc. You will see what the budget amount for that category is. The encumbrances, mainly for unrestricted, that is majority salaries. There are some encumbrances, let's just say if we need to do work in one of our schools, that's going to be under maintenance, the maintenance budget. So some of the companies that we may pay, we may set aside. So encumbrances is like a set aside from that to earmark to say, hey, we need to fix the bathroom stall, we're going to set aside the $10,000, that's going to be encumbered. So it already takes away from the budget, so you're not consistent spending, so to speak. But majority of the encumbrances that you see here, that is pretty much everyone's salary that is encumbered. Remaining for the year up until December, what needs to be paid out from January to June. Then you have your year-to-date expenditures. This is what has been expended. This $14,330,000 has been expended to date with salaries and then other charges. And then this column combines your encumbrances plus your year-to-date expenditures to give you a remaining balance. So essentially, we still have about $7.4 million remaining in our budget for that. As I said, school construction. This was finishing up the tennis courts. We finally got that done. So sometimes with school construction, just an FYI, it does overlap, and that's just the retiming of the receipts. But when the project is done, but essentially the $3.5 million is what is set aside and what has been budgeted for the middle school planning and design project.
Question for student transportation. Is that strictly for just King County Public School buses taking kids from school home?
Student transportation encompasses not just that, that's our athletics, that is our non-publics for special education.
Is there anybody being transported this year for non-public?
Yes, we do have students we're transporting across the bridge for non-public.
And when you say bridge, you mean Bay Bridge, right? That's what I thought, okay.
Field trips.
Can we please have crowd members come to the podium if they talk, please?
That's Mr. Wheeler from, yeah.
That's Mr. Wheeler's thing. Come on up, Mr. Wheeler, share the podium with me.
Yes, thank you.
I was just asking a simple question, I didn't mean to
No, you're
pull him up.
No, you're fine, you're
Fine,
fine.
fine.
Well,
What's your
Ms.
He's all right.
Yeah, no, I mean, I heard them, though. I just ain't wanting to hear from the crowd.
Make
I'm
sure
sorry, sir.
No, I said, I heard you. I just didn't want you yelling from the
That's my
crowd.
cafeteria foods.
Yeah, so Mr. Wheeler was confirming that we do have students that are transported across the Bay Bridge daily as part of their special education services.
Yes, that is correct. And we have another one we're transporting to Cecil County as well for day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wheeler.
How many total students are being transported?
2 right now.
One across the bridge and one to Cecil?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And so things like that is included in student transportation, too? All right.
Yep. And FYI, student transportation is strictly state funded. we do not receive any local funds for student transportation. So it's strictly from the state. And because we have so much encompassed with student transportation, like I said, including athletics, field trips, special education, that continues to increase the need.
You say that, but you're going to get to it a couple of places
Yes.
down on the year-end budget, because I saw that student transportation costs went way down, didn't I?
Yeah.
Okay,
I
so-
will explain.
Okay, I'm waiting for that.
I got you, Mr. Gannon.
Okay.
I got you.
One other question about a category, when it says other instructional costs, what was something that would be like?
A lot of our other instructional costs are dealing with other programs, especially mainly at the high school. That includes our textbooks for instruction. Some of that is CTE for other costs. Some of the other costs include, like, at the high school, they have different programs that are there, so it's separated out for, like, junior achievement. If we do that, if we have, I don't know how to describe it, but it's like a subset of what we actually need, like textbook supplies, your materials of instruction, but then your other instructional costs is those other costs in addition to help you move along with instruction and those separate projects, as well as other instructional costs dealt with aid at the middle school for interscholastic sports. That falls underneath the bear.
Mentoring.
Yeah, and our online courses, I believe, like at the high school for dual enrollment, that falls under other instructional costs. So
Understood. Understood, thank you.
no problem. So we have our food service, we're about 59%. This operates the same way as our current expense. As you will see, you see a budget, encumbrances year to date, that collective, and what is the remaining balance. Out of our food service though, we pay salaries. We do not pay the benefits of the employee salary. That comes out of our Fund 1 funding source. The salaries, contractual, our supplies, other charges, equipment. The big high dollar things for food service to note is the salaries and the cost of food. So that's pretty much what drives our budget, what we pay for food service, and we're about 59%.
Question. Does this, something like this, would this come out of equipment? Let's say a refrigerator go down. Which one of those account titles would it come out of? Supplies, equipment, or other charges?
It depends on the dollar amount. So in technicality, if it's under $5,000, I believe that is the threshold, that would be considered a supply or contractual. But sometimes for just more, this is me, as a leader of finance, if it really is like a piece of equipment that we're using, we're gonna put in equipment, just for,
Clarity.
yeah.
Like a couple years ago when the darn refrigerator truck went up, where did that go? Out of equipment or?
That came out of equipment, yeah.
Okay.
And to note with food service, I will be doing, with my colleague here, a presentation, so we will come back with food service. But just to note with food service, we do have a fund balance that we have to write down, because essentially with food service, you really shouldn't have a fund balance, a high fund balance, but that was due to all the savings we received from COVID. But we have presented to the board our uses of what we're doing with our fund balance, so part of that equipment stems from, the expenditure stems from that. So you will possibly see this being over expended, but it's really not. There's the fund balance that we're getting. And then lastly, our restricted funds, like I said, this is wonky. This is due to because we had the big grant, Maryland Leads, when it comes to our restricted grants, whenever we have to do a budget amendment. So let's just say we have $100,000 remaining in supplies. We earmarked it to use it to buy additional seats for Lexia, but we no longer need those additional seats, but another need came up. We then have to go to the state to tell them, hey, another need came up, we actually need additional school furniture to assist with instruction. Well, we have to do a budget amendment to send to the state for that. When that happens, the budget amendment should be updated as well. This is part of my error, because we have Maryland Leads, so essentially trying to go against time in managing that award, because I believe that was about $6.5 million. There were budget amendments done, so it may look as if we overexpended in one category, but we're really not. It's actually in another category, but in the end, the other one. So that's why you see the different percentages, how it varies like that. Or where you see, like, for example, administration is overexpended, but then you have a huge amount of fixed charges. That's just the adjustments weren't.
Sometimes it's confusing to a board member because we don't know. I don't mean this in a negative way. It's like a shell game. You're the expert, so you already know what you're talking about, but we don't know that A got moved into B to make C.
Level.
Yeah, so we need you to hold our hand to tell us that, okay?
I definitely will. And, yeah, definitely. I got you.
Well, and please know, we appreciate the questions, because if you have the questions, then anyone in the community has those same questions, and it's important that everyone understand how our community funds are used. So I invite the questions, because the more we all understand.
Because they're taxpayer dollars.
That's right.
Yeah, it's not, it's a question, it's not a criticism, okay?
I'm okay.
Okay, okay, just want to make sure.
Yes, all just questions. Which brings me to my next question.
Okay.
So for something like restricted funds, community service, how would that be a restricted fund when there's money allocated for that? Give me an example, please.
That is our Judy Center.
Okay.
Saying that right, Christina? We do have our phone, well, she will explain that more. But our community service is our Judy Center.
Understood.
So some of the way that we budget for our grants is in a sense the same way that we would need to budget based on the category.
Yeah.
So Judy Center would fall under community service, so that's why you see that funding there. And then we received a food service grant, so then you see that there. Our fixed charges are employee benefits, and then other charges that are not necessarily, I would say, contractual, so to speak. It could be contractual, it could be a service. It's like a other umbrella type of thing, which sometimes when it comes to restricted funding, it's better to do it as like a other charges, because then it gives you more wiggle room in case something did come up, so that you can spend the money and not have to, deal a lot with the back and forth.
Two questions about the category. So the community service part being something for like the Judy Center. So this allocated amount is for salaries? Is it for building maintenance? Is it all lumped together, or?
It's all together, and we have a presentation, so that's going to be more specific to what you need to. This here, when you're looking at just what I report, it gives it together. That could be salaries, contractual, your supplies, and it could be from anything. But it doesn't, we don't really kind of nail it down to that specifics, but that's why we thought it would be mindful to bring the presentation so that you can all see restricted funds.
I got it.
So the next presentation on the agenda is about the restricted grants.
And one more question about this, then you can move on, unless other people have questions. For restricted grants, if I see something like student transportation, again, what's the difference between this student transportation and then the other amount that was allocated for student transportation?
So student transportation for restricted side is additional grant funding that assists with our student transportation. So for example, if we're doing after-school programs, which like we have an after-school program at the middle school, I believe Title I was paying for some of that transportation. So instead of us eating it, we have a grant that will assist with that after-school program to go there.
Understood.
If it wasn't for grants, we might not survive. I'm just saying, thank God for grants, okay?
All right, and then lastly, this is something that I just put together. It is as a whole, where I just did a pie graph of all receipts compared to all expenditures, and kind of gives you pretty much an overview of, the pot of money and where we're spending everything. So as you can see, Fund 1 is our most expended.
Personnel.
Any questions?
As Ms. Stewart's switching to our next presentation, I just want to say for our new board members' sake, every month you will have the monthly revenue and expenditure report. You'll become very familiar with this report. I am sorry that we didn't have the full report posted. We just had the memo. We'll get the rest. We'll get this up routinely. It's up, but you'll be able to follow throughout the school year how we are encumbering and spending our money. We strive to spend the bulk of our money really by April, the middle of April, the end of April, so that we can make sure all those financial transactions are completed by the end of June 30th, so that we can round out the year one time, one schedule. So just to give you a sense of how this, over time, you'll be able to track that throughout the year. And like I said, you'll get familiar with the format of that report.
One quick budget question. Is any of this restricted or unrestricted money is one of those things where it's like you use it or lose it type of funding?
Restricted.
The restricted.
If you don't spend it within the time frame.
Thank you.
I will add one thing with the restricted grants. Oftentimes, those grants do not run, especially the federal grants, they run about a 15, 18-month cycle. So they don't necessarily run July 1st to June 30th, the way we think about financial budgets. They often, at the federal level, they may be thinking about it as beginning July 1, but by the time the money comes into our system, it could be October or November. And then we have and then they provide time to spend it out. So just to give you a sense there, at any given time, you may have multiple financial years of title grants overlapping, and we always try to spend out the oldest one first before we go into the next one.
I have one question. When this money comes in and goes out, if we're short in an area, do you ever take money from one fund to pay another and then you pay it back?
We can do.
How do you juggle that around? Because there's so much money coming in and going out. How do you have a chart where?
Oh, yeah, we have lots of charts and spreadsheets that we monitor all the time. So I'll just say that's when we bring a budget amendment forward. It's just like when you think about your own household budget for a year, right? Like maybe I need to replace my windows, and I think that's going to cost, I don't know, $10,000. Well, because of supply chain issues, it's now going to be $15,000, right? But you still need to replace that. So you go ahead and do that, which means you're going to spend $5,000 less someplace else, and you're going to shift that money over so you can get that project taken care of. And you do less, or if you have spent less in another area, that you can, scrape together that $5,000 and put towards the window. It works like that. So that's when we talk about unrestricted funds. That's how we can utilize those. But we can't just do that without coming forward and making sure everyone's aware. So when Ms. Stewart and I bring forward budget amendments, that's what that is. We have less capacity with restricted funds. In order to do something of that nature, as she said, we have to submit what's called a grant amendment, right? Because in order to get these grants, we have to fill out an application and propose to the funding source how exactly we plan on using these monies within the guidance of what they will, they expect you to use the money for. And then that has to be approved, and then we spend out according to that plan. If we need to make adjustments, we submit a grant adjustment request and have to justify why we're wanting to change our plan, and then it has to be approved for us to do it. So just know that there's checks and balances at every step along the way. We can't just go in and start moving things around without the board knowing and whoever the funding source is. Sorry, Ms. Stewart, I know I'm kind of taking your fire. Why don't we go ahead and jump right on into restricted funding. So these are the grants that come with restrictions, right? So we have to spend these grants the way they are specified to be spent.
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. McInnes, President McPhee. Congratulations.
Thank you.
This is the restricted grant funding review. I prepared this for fiscal year 25, which is July 1st of 2024 through June 30th of 2025. Further listed, these are restricted grants. This is considered general education grants. These are going to be your title grants, Judy Center, Ready for Kindergarten, Teacher Collaborative, Stronger Connections, and then to School Safety and Safe Schools.
Can we just pause a moment for the good of everyone? Title I is really based on the level of poverty in schools. Title II is for professional development for teachers and school administrators. Title III is for English learners or multilingual language. Title IV is really for, it's a variety of topics that you can use it for: technology, health and education. It's sort of, I call it the grab bag, but that's my unofficial title for Title IV. Just to give you a sense, and of course you see school improvement, Judy Centers is early childhood, and as she said, R4K is ready for kindergarten, so that's an early childhood. Teacher collaboratives around professional learning and mentoring for teachers. Did I get that right, Mr. Hushin? And then McKinney-Vento is for families, students who are experiencing homelessness. And then Safe Schools, I think, speaks for itself. Could you just give us a quick description of Stronger Connections?
Stronger Connections grant, that is an offset of Title IV. It's specifically to their safe and healthy student population that pays for social workers, behavioral interventionists, student support specialists. That brings in the social emotional learning aspect of
Title IV.
Yeah, and most of that for us is based in salary for a social worker and our student support specialist. What we have the student support specialist and the social worker at the middle school under this grant, and the student support specialist at the high school. They're paid through this grant.
I don't want to cut your
Thank you.
explanation off, but can you scoot closer to the mic, please? Yeah, it doesn't.
Is there grant funding for the school resource officer?
School resource officers are actually part of the same school.
That's why I'm looking at it. I thought those salaries came out of either the sheriff's department or,
We reimburse a portion of their salaries through
Okay.
this grant, which also will allow us, if we need them at actual events.
okay,
sporting events, et cetera.
are they, it's state money?
Yes,
Okay.
it's MCS.
Well, I mean, I know that every school district is required to have school resource officers now. I just didn't know that there was grant funding out there.
The county does pay for the two. We have one at the high school, one at the middle school.
Right.
We get the funding through this grant to help offset the cost for the county for them.
Oh, really? Okay.
As well as we utilize this for having them at our sporting events
Yeah.
or anything at the high school, middle school. The elementary schools, if they have an event, we can pay them out of this funding because it's outside of their normal duty days. That way they can provide security at those other events as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Before you move on real quick, and I don't know if this is a tech issue, for like public consumption, for reading something like this off the screen, you notice how Dr. McComas had to stop and explain some of them?
There's a slide, a few slides down that actually breaks that down a little bit for you.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
You're very welcome. This next slide goes over the restricted grants for special education. They are broken down into the CLIG, the LAP, and the local implementation for results or LIR grants. Your CLIG grants are going to be your infant and toddler program as well as extended IFSP. Your LAP is your school English, which also I believe is 3 to 21 with the extended IFSP. And your local implementation, those are additional, like your access, equity, and progress, early childhood, and then secondary transition. This is just a pie chart that shows you a breakdown of all the restricted grants, where that funding goes. So 51% of this grant funding goes directly to salaries and wages. 24% of it goes to fixed charges, which is their FICA, pension, their health care benefits. Part of restricted grants is they are responsible for paying the entire board contribution of health care to the staff. So that is why that number is slightly higher than you may see elsewhere. Your other charges, that is going to be your travel, conferences, professional development opportunities for the staff. And then transfers is your indirect costs, that's administrative, business supports to help us with funding, say, Power School, because that's where grants are housed. That's how I monitor the funding, is through Power School. So transfers helps pay for that. This slide just shows you a breakdown more of general education versus special education, where their funding is broken down. So as you can see, in general education has more funding that's set aside for salaries and wages. They also have a higher amount of restricted funding that comes to us. Funds not included. This funding is our title funding through the federal program, Title I, II, III, IV, and then your school improvement funding. We have not received the final approvals for these grants. We are getting these amounts that are listed, however, the state of Maryland has not provided them to us yet. So we don't have them available technically to spend.
Why haven't they not provided it yet?
We have what they call a consolidated application for all the title grants. That wasn't due until the end of November, then they go through a review process. We don't actually get the funds until that entire application has been approved.
Understood.
This slide shows you the current uses of the restricted funding. The asterisk notates funding that is consistent, that we get on an annual basis, and it's a reoccurring grant that we will get each year. With this, you will see, for example, Title I pays for 5 full-time staff. We have the part-time tutors, after-school transportation, and supplies and materials that are related to curriculum and learning. The curriculum and learning aspect is restricted, is what Title I states that they are willing to fund. So I couldn't go into Title I and just buy furniture. Furniture is not allowable through Title I. It has to directly affect curriculum and instruction in the Title I schools.
And I think it's also good to note about Title, I believe this is for all Title funding, the supplement, not supplant requirement. That is really big. So for example, what that means is if Title I decides to say, hey, in fiscal year 2026, this fiscal year, we're going to buy students Chromebooks. Kent County Public Schools cannot use their local funds to buy Chromebooks. That's supplanting. It's supposed to supplement. So anything that's in addition to what we already have. And so that's a good thing for you all to know with restricted funding, because great ideas, but this is where the complication comes in, because we have to work closely with Ms. Jean on her instruction to say, hey, even if something, I caution everything, so even if something, they decide they want to buy paper, no, just leave that with local. That's where we have to have that collaboration, and as well as we collaborate with the Director of Human Resources and the Director of Special Education, because that also goes down to FTEs.
Well, wouldn't that free up that money for us to spend it on something else?
May I take the way I always explain and think about these title grants is they're the extra scoop of ice cream. So I know I'm using a metaphor here, but before the feds want us to spend the federal money, they want to make sure that we, the locals, have some skin in the game. So we have to put our scoop of ice cream in before we can use their scoop of ice cream.
I get
so,
that.
but to your point, we can, if it's something that we have not offered because we don't have the capacity, you can then use that to supplement. So that's why you have to really look at how you're using those funds to make sure you don't violate the supplanting function. And you're right, it can free up resources. So an example is if you have one kindergarten teacher or first grade teacher and your enrollment is growing and you need to bring on a second, well, you can use the title funds to help bring on that second teacher, but you've got to fund that first. But then that alleviates us of having to find the funding for that second teacher somewhere in our own operating budget. So it does. It's the extra scoop.
No, so I get that it requires extra work, but I feel like it's a boon to us at the end.
Oh, absolutely. We are grateful for our title funds, absolutely.
Before, are you going to the next slide? quick question. So for like school safety, at the end of it, I see SROs and state-specific mandates. But then under that, for safe schools, SROs are mentioned again. Did I understand correctly? You said the county pays for that?
There's two, okay, so that's two separate grants, the school safety and then the safe schools. But, yes, so our school resource officers are funded through Kent County governments.
It comes out of the sheriff's department budget,
Yes.
right? Yeah. Because the trade-off is, or it used to be, that when school's not in session, those guys become deputy, come back on to patrol. Yeah, we don't use them 12 months a year. Okay.
Yeah, so it's during the calendar year, so September through June, we have them in the schools. So we help offset the cost of them because we're utilizing them.
So it's, we, in this case, fundamentally serve as a pass-through.
Right.
Like, we are reimbursing the county for
The use of
using
officers.
these funds,
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
is what we're saying there.
No ice cream analogy there?
No, well, yeah, they're giving us the ice cream, and we're saying thank you for
Yeah,
using.
don't let it
we're
melt. I
passing the
gotcha,
ice cream
yeah.
on, right.
I gotcha.
Appropriately so, though.
So this slide just shows the, how the special education grants are being utilized. So this is full-time staff and how the sleep grant is written to the lab. And then, of course, we have medical assistants, which is Part B and Part C. So we do have staff that are funded through that. That's where we pay for our MA billing. We do get a portion of that funding back into our IGT. We fund with Maryland Department of Health. So some of our funding, they will give back to us. It's a process. But a significant portion of sped funding, like I said, does go to salaries and wages for staffing. And then we pick up the extra stuff out of the MA funding. So travel conferences, your vision and hearing services, some of the contracted services, if we have an additional speech language pathologist, et cetera, that's going to come out of your MA funding.
And MA stands for Medical Assistance Funding. We're used to our acronyms. I just want to make sure our new board members.
And then things to note, when I did this presentation and set it up for FY25, we had ESSER 3 funds and Maryland Leads funds in those numbers at the beginning, as well as that pie chart. Those grants ended September 30th. They are not being renewed. Therefore, that funding that we had out of those two grants, we will not have for FY26.
Are we looking for somewhere else, any other grant opportunities to offset that loss?
Good question.
Yes.
Well, a literacy grant is on the horizon, a big literacy grant.
Okay.
Can we try to get the speakers on the mic, please?
We can, if we're willing to take a recess, Mr. Poor can attempt to work on that, Mike. But I do know that we are, running,
Yeah.
we're running long. I'm okay because I want you to be well-versed in what we're doing. But at the end of this, if we want to take a break, I'll defer to the board's preference on that.
I will say the ESSER 3 and the Maryland Leads, that was the COVID funding
Mhm.
that the federal government had. There is no, the COVID funding has ended. I do not know if they will have something similar. I keep an eye on the federal.
No, I wasn't
grants
thinking they were coming back with money. I was just thinking that hopefully we would look to see somewhere, again, we rely so much on grants.
I am on a constant look.
Okay.
At what else we can
Okay.
apply for. We do have one grant that ends in April 26th. That is the Teacher Collaborative Grant. We currently have 5 full-time and 2 part-time staffs in that grant. That is 5 IAs, and then we have 2 part-time positions there as well. So when you start thinking about FY27 budgeting and FY26, how are we going to calculate for the less than that? And then the grant ending in September 2026, that's your Stronger Connections. That has your 3 full-time staff positions, including the Kent County Middle School social worker. This particular grant was a $1.3 million grant over a 3-year time period. So those are just things to consider when you guys are looking at budgets. They're currently grant funded. If no grant comes up in the meantime,
See, that's the problem with grant-funded positions. You get used to them, you need them, and then after 3 years, it's a typical thing, you got to find that money on your own.
yes.
Yes.
And are any of these grants connected to the blueprint, or is that completely separate?
In technicality, Maryland Leads was kind of like that because the requirement for Maryland Leads was to go above and beyond, come up with something separate that you were doing. That's why if you heard about the student support coaches, that came out of Maryland Leads. A lot of, I believe it was the readiness, there was like a reading readiness campaign, that was Maryland Leads. So these functions that definitely helped us with Blueprint, we're not getting that funding, that was $6.5 million with a $1.5 million match. So that was $8 million that
Yeah,
the state
and-
is not even talking about.
Yeah, and if I may just elaborate, the LEADS grant, as Mr. described, the requirements to get those funds, they had to be aligned with some of the key initiatives such as science of reading and everything. However, those monies were actually the state set aside of ESSER. So they were actually federal dollars. And our state superintendent at that time said, we're going to allocate these dollars and we want to make sure that they are aligned to the state initiatives. So we were getting federal money and the state superintendent said, of course, we want to align them to the direction that the state is going. And so they were in many LEAs, I believe ours as well, used to help with literacy training, letters, Orton Gillingham, things of that nature. So that was not state funds, but they were federal funds that our state superintendent at that time required us to align to our Blueprint initiative. So I hope that clarifies that a little bit too.
Question, you don't have to be specific with this number, but how much of our annual budget would you say come from grants?
That's about 7 to 9 million. When we had ESSER and Maryland Leads. So roughly, I would say, I would lower that down about a couple of million, so maybe 5 to 7 without the Maryland Leads and ESSER.
And when, I assume, because I think y'all kind of alluding to it, you all looking for money, is that a team effort? Is it on one burden shoulder? Is it on the entire financial team? Like who?
Everybody, so from my team's perspective with the grant specialist, that is to maintain the finances of the grant. A lot of, with Ms. Gina for the area of instruction, you have Tom Porter that's in the audience, he's over CTE. They are essentially grant managers, so they are looking as well constantly. Christina does on our end as well as she comes up. So we all work together to come up with grants. And sometimes, you know, based on if there's like something with agriculture where the person that is in agriculture may have word, oh, it's a grant. Christina will jump in and say, hey, I'll do the C-125. That's the budget amendment that has to be sent to the state. Ms. Gina, if she's with instruction, she's going to jump with them and say, hey, what do you need? Let's communicate this, and then we work with the superintendent so that she's aware of all.
One last question so I can make sure I'm following. When you say grant manager, they are just overseeing a grant that's already been written or already received, or you all are actually writing the grants and pursuing the grants?
So it's, may I? Yeah, so it is a team effort. So, you know, when we apply for a grant, there's typically requirements, right? Because we know when there's money, there's usually requirements or strings
Red
attached.
tape.
Strings attached, if you will. And so the team, so if you think about our accounting and bookkeeping team here works with the content expert area, rather that's for most instruction, it's Ms. Giacomo, it's, you know, if it's CTE, it may be Tom, I can't think of your last name because I'm getting, thank you, because I'm getting tired. But, so they work together. And so when the monies come in, the grant manager is like the program manager. They make sure that how we're spending, what we're spending the money on aligns to what's required, and it aligns to the needs of our students and our school system. And they manage that whole program and spending down. Our finance team are the backside of that, doing all the accounting, to making sure things are in the right categories and we're closing things out on time. So that's like a right hand, left hand. So when we talk about grant manager, think about them as they're managing the program of that grant and driving what's the instructional impact or if it's an SEL, the impact on our children and our community. And these fine ladies here do the accounting part for us. So,
Understood.
so I hope that that's helpful.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so these are just things to help you guys, especially those that this is your first meeting. Grant periods, most of them start July 1st of the fiscal year. That is not all of them. It depends. If the state is suddenly giving money in April, we have one that starts in April or May. So it goes on when they get funding, when we get the funding. So they're never all actually the same exact time. When we get the grant application, it will tell us exactly what we can use it for, what we cannot use it for. When the grant manager goes in to write the grant, they have to follow that grant information guide to see exactly what they can and cannot do, and what is allowable, what is not. Part of what I do is I have the knowledge of Uniform Grant Guidance, CFR 200. So I can say that's not something that grant funding actually will allow. There are always stipulations where the grant will say, not normally, but because of this specific topic, it is. And we go with that based on that regulation. Like Elisa said, we cannot supplant with other funding sources. So if local is paying for it, we can't take it from local and say, okay, we're going to put it in the grant now. We're not allowed to do that. We would essentially, if that happened, we could be held responsible for paying that money back. We could get fines. We could lose future federal funding for doing something like that. It is my job to see what the local side is doing and then what the grant wants to do and say, okay, no, that's already coming out of local, or no, we've never done that before, it's fine. So there's a lot of information I have to know on the back end as to what we're already funding separately. Someone in Title III might not know that local is paying for a language program, but it is. So they can use that to bump it up more, get additional seats that they can't, something like that to supplement. There is something called in-kind funding that some of the grants require. So if they're going to pay for a program manager, the grant will only do 75. They're going to require school contribution to do that other 25%.
Yes.
So not every grant requires that, some of them do. One of them that does is the summer program, the KEEP grant. They do require a portion of in-kind. They don't have a specific percentage. They just want to see that we're working together.
For in-kind, is it always equate to actual monetary, or can it be like volunteer hours equate to this much time and we use it in the grant, or they don't really do that with schools? It has to be money.
So when you're talking in-kind, you're talking match.
Correct.
So a one-to-one match would be if the state's gonna give us $100,000, they say, well, we want you to match $100,000 for your local funding. In-kind would be, okay, you have, for example, I'm gonna use concentration of poverty. We have concentration of poverty at the Garden Elementary School. Brenda Rose is the principal of that school. So 20% of her time essentially is in kind to concentration of poverty. So that's how you look at that.
Understood.
Also, like, for example, a lot of these grants, they're using our buildings, that's in kind.
Yes.
They're using our printing, that's in kind. Because essentially, we're paying for it.
Correct.
But we're allowing that grant
Correct.
to use our, our resources to make that.
Understood. I just want to make sure I'm following.
No, you're fine. You on the roll, I got you. I got you.
Okay.
And then the next one is just the process. Once we get a grant, we get what's called a NOGO, which is a Notice of Grant Award. That gives me the grant number, the time period of the grant, when we can spend it. It has the signatures from everyone from MSDE. Once we receive that, I set the grant up in our e-finance system based on what was approved in the grant. So that is the very specific, however the grant was approved to be spent. I then meet with grant managers to make sure that they are staying in line with the time period framing. So if they have 12 months, make sure that at 6 months, they're at least 50% or more spent on that grant. If not, It's, do you need to amend? Did something come up and change? We look at that so that way it's not last minute. With restricted grants, the last amendment must be received by MSDE 45 days prior to the grant closing. So we have to make sure that's one of those time periods that we can't miss. Quarterly reporting, to see how they're spending, the state wants to see the numbers. So we make sure that that happens in accordance with their reporting schedule. Different grants may have different reporting schedules. The title grants are all in the same time period for those. If it needs to be invoiced, we send the invoice to the agency that we're working with, we're contracted with. A majority of our grants go through what we call the FSR system. That is where we let MSDE know how much we spent in December. We'll get reimbursed for that in January. There is a deadline to when I have to have that information into the system to ensure that we get that reimbursement in a timely manner. This next slide is just a continuation of the grant process. We apply for the grant, we get approved, we get the NOGA, accounts are set up, expenditures are monitored, reports are completed, meetings between the grant specialist, grant manager, quarterly or as needed. We make sure that all the federal, state, and local requirements are met. When the grant closes, we ensure that all the paperwork is completed. During the process, we also have what they might, like Title I does a progress monitoring. They will come and they will look at how we spent it, and they will want to see examples. They want to see the receipts, the timesheets, to match it up with your budget area to make sure that you are doing exactly what you're supposed to do. All spending must be approved or pre-approved by MSDE. So if we have $10,000 left that was earmarked for supplies, but we didn't need it, the grant manager cannot go ahead and say, hey, we've got $10,000, I want to do conferences or PD. It has to go through MSDE to get approval before they can do that. There's no pre-spending on something that's outside of that budget narrative. So that's what the key word that makes it restricted versus unrestricted funding is they're telling us what we can and can't do. If we want to change it, we have to get permission. It's not a do now, beg for forgiveness later. It's we do everything before we touch the funding.
Okay, so the COVID-19 grants, in the past, I have come before the board to kind of share and give updates. What you're seeing here is all the COVID-19 funding that we have received that's related to COVID. As you can see, that budget totaled to $15.8 million. See that at the end? And of that, we did not spend $179,000. So I believe that is great news. So we used just about every single dollar of this funding. So what I'm going to do, I will highlight what each funding source was. ESSER 1 was the punch funding, meaning that when we were in the thick of COVID, it happened in March. We use this money for some for transportation, mainly custodial supplies, that is to keep our buildings clean, and then online learning, because technology was at an all-time high when we came through COVID. ESSER 2 money was specifically for summer school. So those 2 or 3, I believe it was summers, where we had all the schools running, that was your ESSER 2 money, okay? We were able to pay salaries because as time went on, there was some wiggle room with some of this funding, because the main thing that we used that was part of a priority for us was the fact of not laying anyone off. I believe during COVID, some LEAs ended up doing that. I believe they did hire them back, but for the most part, Kent County Public Schools did not have to do that. We were very strategic with using our funding. ESSER 3, that was pretty much your learning loss. So of that $5.2 million, at least 20% had to be pertaining to learning loss, meaning how are we going to get our students back on track for what they have lost? I can tell you that majority of that money generally went to learning loss, but a lot of that also went to staff retention. And that's how when you heard about the staff retention bonuses, ESSER 3 was a big help to that. And it did help us a lot. ESSER 1, we later found out that we have money for food service. We used that for salaries. So that 14,000 really went to salaries. Reopening grant, that was given to us in a time where we now fully have to, well, not necessarily, I guess you could say that, we had to bring the students back in. So we used that, and we used that to pay for some IEs to assist with our ESOL. We used that as well to pay for custodial. We had part-time custodians that we used for our reopening. So basically to get the school back into functioning. We had the GEAR grant, which was our technology grant. That was mainly used for Schoology, our learning management system that we have currently right now. That was only $23,000. But then we had the Corona Relief Funds, CRB, Corona Relief Funds. That's in technology and tutoring. What we did is I believe we purchased Chromebooks with our technology for our students. I believe possibly some for teachers as well. And then in our tutoring, that was mainly for instruction to provide, I want to say it was seats, Lexia, and math kits and different things like that to help our students. We then come into the ARP funding, and that's the American Relief Plan. So we got fiscal year 21 and fiscal year 22 monies for the American Relief Plan. The reopening is the same as the reopening grant. We mainly use that for social work. I think some of that came with like social work or reopening was, again, custodial supplies. Our summer school, that was to our summer school, our coordinators that was at each site. That is where the monies came from there with our summer school. Trauma and behavioral health. Even when we went to summer school, we paid for additional SEL materials and social workers, anything that was related to that. And then for fiscal year 22, we did the same thing. What you would note here for 22, we only had summer school and trauma and behavioral health that carried over from fiscal year 21 to 22. But you will see the supplemental instruction and tutoring. That funding we used in the first year to pay for IAs that were offering one-to-one because the supplement instruction and tutoring, no, I am saying that wrong. TSI, Transitional Supplemental Instruction, that was for grades, I think, K through 3. So we were able to pay for IAs that assisted like one-to-one, that transitional instruction for K through 3. Your supplement instruction tutoring, I want to say that was the 4 through 12. And so we did the IAs that offer one-to-one services for them. We did that for 1 year. The following year, we came back and did a budget amendment to assist. Why you see the projected available funds in transportation, but I would not hold your breath for that. Part of what we are paying out of the FY22 supplement instruction is late bus runs. So anything that assisted with after-school transportation or late bus runs, that money is actually coming out of that. Any one-to-one, as well as, there was something that big that we paid for, I can't remember off the top of my head, but that also would be available. Now, you see that 56,000 is available, that won't be, we just have to do a recode. One thing to note, at the end, when we have restricted funding, we do our big recode at the very end. So what I will present for our year-end projections does not project what restricted savings we will have. Like Christina said, some of these grants pay the 100% of that employee. That includes their benefits. It's on local side now, but at 6:30 when we reconcile, it's going to be transitioned to grants. So it's going to free up more money for local. That's the same thing with the supplement instruction tutoring. Essentially, that 56,000 will not be there. And then we have the Maryland Leads, $6.5 million. We matched Maryland Leads with $1.5 million through ESSER 3 funding. We were allowed to do that. And we matched that by doing the healthcare holiday as well as the staff retention bonuses. Now, what I want you all to know about Maryland Leads, the 6.5 total did not come to Kent County Public Schools. We have partners. So if you heard about the YMCA, when we're doing the free gym, the free membership there, some of Chesapeake College, some of the colleges, people were able to go back to school. Those were considered partners. So how they did that was, of that 6.5, I'm just going to throw out a number because I don't know the exact number. No, yes, I did. This $769,000, that's what we ended actually using for the partners. So essentially, the state took the money away from us that should have went to the partners. So we had to then invoice the state to then send the money to the partners. We didn't change hands with them. So if it was a total of $1.5 million just for the sake of math, we only got $4.5 million because the 1.5 went to the partners. So that's kind of how Maryland's work. It wasn't a normal grant. I'll throw that out there. It was a lot of different, it was a puzzle piece. But we made it. And we only had like $121,000 left. So I think that's great out of $6.5 million. So as you can see, we definitely use our funding very wisely. And I do want to know, because I cannot take that off for myself, everybody in this room, as relates to Kent County Police, helped with this. So this was not a one-man show. We definitely kept in contact with, kept up to date with the superintendent at the time, Dr. Couch. We brought Dr. McComas on. So whenever we made decisions, if you all remember ESSER 3, we had to do a community survey. It was a whole big, that was good. So, but we made it, y'all, we made it. So what I did was.
Quick question about that slide. So when you say we got remaining money, is that money in the pocket of Kent County Public Schools?
No.
Back to the state.
That's where,
Yeah, one of the things, particularly with federal funding, is if it's not spent, it goes back. That's why we work so hard, and Ms. Stewart's emphasizing how, when you look proportionally, how much of the federal gift money that we spend down, we really did a good due diligence. And you did a great job, Ms. Stewart, of
Agreed.
explaining.
And apologies, I see restricted, so it's easy to lose it. But to have that little bit amount of money left from a grant, I think it was good with the amount of money that the school system got.
Kudos to us all, the team,
Yes.
team effort. And as well as the board, because they had insight. We definitely brought things to the board to let them know and make them aware, so it was good. I liked my team member here, Christina, when she did the graphs, and I think it's very important to note that a lot of that came through salaries and wages. And as you can see, 7.2 million of the COVID money went to that. That's about 45.49%. When you get into transfers, majority of that is indirect costs. Now, we'll go back when it came to ESSER 1 funding and Year 1 funding, because I missed that. We had to extend an offer to say to our private schools or the schools near us, do you want a portion of this money?
Yeah.
So French Montessori used it, as well as Christian Academy.
I
French and Montessori
thought
needed for one.
I thought Kent School took us up on that offer too. You don't think so?
Yeah, it was just Christian and
Okay.
Chestertown Christian Academy, because they wanted, I think they needed like laptops or something like the Chromebooks and technology. So a portion of that ESSER 1 and year money did go to them. So that's, but it was very small. I can't remember that, it was a small dollar amount. For the state, it may have been like $10,000 to $15,000, if that. Because it was a portion of their student, like there was a whole calculation, it happened like 5 years ago, so sorry. I don't know the fine tune with that, but that was part of that. Transfers, that is our indirect cost revenue. So in a grant, every single year, there is a indirect cost report that I have to do. And that tells us what percentage of indirect costs we can charge to a grant. Now, that means, what that breaks down to, that is the administrative cost. So I think for this year, our unrestricted rate was like 11%. That unrestricted rate means that if it's a grant that does not have that supplement, not supplant requirement, we can charge 11% of that grant. So if that grant is $200,000, well, 11% of it comes back to us as admin costs. If there is a supplement, not supplant, then we do the restricted indirect cost rate, which mostly is low. 4.89% for this year. So when we had ESSER 3, we had indirect costs. I believe all the ESSER funding did have an indirect cost component. That revenue helped us get to the surplus we had in our fund balance, because we were able to use that indirect cost for our electric costs. Right now, we use that for our financial system, which is about $70,000. I need you all to understand that I'm not claiming that money no more. So, what that means is, in the grand scheme of things, without the big COVID funding, we're back to the little amount that we get. So, if I put code $70,000 to our indirect cost revenue, and we only receive $35,000, we have to eat that. That's just the unfortunate part about that. I'm so sorry. And that really concludes the restricted fund. Any questions that I can entertain?
I want to say one thing. This has been a wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
And the way you presented it, the both of you, it's just great. It makes it easy to understand. At least it's better to hear you guys talk. And it
She's
just,
so excited about it.
yes, you are excited. I love the enthusiasm. Let's keep it going.
This is my vein, so. I
Well,
love
you
this
did your
stuff.
homework and you know what you're talking about. I love it. Both of you.
All righty, is there any more questions or
ladies.
comments? All righty, let's move on to the Fleet Enterprise Management. Mr. Wheeler?
What's Christine's last name?
Yeah, because I had the text from her that said.
Can't follow that. I'm not as enthused to replace a vehicle, I'm sorry. Good evening, Dr. McComas. Congratulations, Ms. Trish McGee as being president. Congratulations to the new board members as well.
Thank you.
All right. I'm here this evening. I want to keep it short and sweet. Like I said, I'm not going to be as animated as Ms. Stewart there. Just bringing before you replacing a vehicle through the Enterprise Lease Program. The administration is requesting contract approval to piggyback fleet leasing and management service contract through the interlocal purchasing system under Kent County government. Enterprise Fleet Management requires a minimum fleet of 20 cars. Currently, Kent County Public Schools is under the required limit. Therefore, we are eligible to be included with the county program. That means we're included with the Kent County government. Although Kent County Public Schools will be included under Kent County government, the billing, registrations, and everything else will be noted as Kent County Public Schools. So the vehicles will be titled under Kent County Public Schools. All right, attached, you will see the quote. Quote has all the information, lease information is there for you. It's a 2025 Equinox. All that information about the vehicle is there. You guys can take a look at that. I'm sure you guys have already taken a look at that. And
When would we take possession?
it has to go to the county. The county has to sign off. So what happens here is we come to the board for approval, and then we go to the county government because, like I said, we're under them, so they have to sign off on every vehicle. that we,
Would we be going to them tomorrow?
So we go to them at their next meeting. I believe you told me we're on the agenda for the 28th.
Not till then?
Yes.
Well,
But
we come here first and you might say no. I mean, I hope you don't, but.
Yes. So at this point,
Okay.
so like what we do is, like I said, well, you guys say yes, I hope.
Okay.
And we move on to the county government.
I got
County government will
you.
have
So
their
hopefully by the end of the month,
Yes.
somebody will be rolling in some new wheels. All right, are there any questions for Mr. Wheeler? The administration recommends board approval to piggyback with Fleet Leasing and Management Services Contract number 2782816 through the interlocal purchasing system to lease a 2025 Chevrolet Equinox. I'm looking for a motion.
I bring a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I second.
Is there any discussion or questions? Calling for the vote, all in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous. Thank you very much, Mr. Wheeler.
Thank you.
Thank you. The Uniform Guidance Compliance Report, is that you again?
That's Miss Stewart,
Steele.
yes, and her
Alrighty.
shining big smile there.
She's back.
All righty. So, as you know, we do a financial statement audit. That's as of 9/30. But then we have to do another audit for all our restricted grants. So we just had the presentation. All our federal funding, this is not state, this is just federal grants. It does, even though I believe our state grants do get reviewed.
They do.
But this is mainly for our federal grants as of 12/31. So this is the Uniform Guidance Compliance Report. If you have specific questions, you can let me know, because essentially this is just the report of how the audit was conducted. The list of the federal grants, as you will see, and this is starting on page 6, so that's the list of federal grants. What I am going to, which basically sums up pretty much everything is this first note that says, the auditor's report expresses an unmodified opinion on whether the financial statements of the Board of Education of Kent County, Maryland were presented in accordance with GAAP. What that means is, this is a great report. That's the highest opinion that you could
Right, yeah.
receive. There were no issues, as you can see, no material weaknesses, which is a positive. So,
Agreed.
there is, I will say that you have, and as you can see on page 10, no findings, nothing. So if you have any questions, I'll entertain
And
them.
we just had the other audit presented to us in December, which was the same glowing report. So I think in trying to move the meeting along, we just had a nice, really long and entertaining presentation, and I feel like we peppered you with some questions. Are there any questions for Ms. Stewart for this? All righty.
And shout out to,
Ms. Baxter?
Yes.
Is it still, it's not Ms. Baxter anymore?
Vendor, yes.
All righty. I saw a little bling bling as I was watching you there. Okay. So the administration recommends board acceptance for the 2024 single audit report. Is there a motion to that effect?
I motion
Is
to
there,
approve.
thank you. Is there a second?
A second.
Any questions or comments? Ms. McKenzie? I call for the vote. All in favor of the motion? Aye?
Aye.
It's unanimous. Thank you very much, Mrs. Stewart. Now the fiscal year 2025 year-end budget projections.
Okay.
I do have some questions on this one.
Throw them at me.
No.
I'm ready for you, I'm ready for you. And what I don't know, I will get you an answer.
Well, let me summarize it. My basic questions are, and I know these are estimates, am I correct that projected revenue is about $35,500 less from the county? And I kind of wondered what that was. Was that related to student enrollment, or, I'm looking at you perplexed. I thought I copied it directly from the thing.
Is it in this PowerPoint? I want to
Correct.
see it. Okay.
It was in the PowerPoint.
Page
Yeah.
3.
Yeah.
If you look at the total estimated revenue
Yeah.
versus
Yeah, and that was
actuals.
from the county, right? Yeah, I'm looking at the difference between the estimated and the actual. And it was $35,596 less from the county, and I didn't know.
No. So, that local and other, it includes what we get for the county, but that 35 is from other sources.
Okay.
So essentially, like, other sources also include, no, I can't even remember. We have out-of-county living and informal kinship care that we get from different LEAs. So essentially, like, if a student goes to another school system, and I still can get that confused, so I don't want to butcher it, we basically get funding for them. So,
That's interesting, because I thought if we had a maybe I'm confusing that with McKinney-Vento, but, you know, if we have
Yeah.
a student who's living in, is being educated in another county, we have to pay for the transportation and stuff like that.
right, so
Okay.
it's a swap. There's a
Okay.
reconciliation at the end.
Okay.
So whether our students are at another school district or another school district students are our school district, that is part of other sources.
Okay.
Gate receipts, and again, they're estimates. So
Okay,
went
I did
through-
get that part, yeah.
Right, I went through line by line of our revenues,
Mm-hmm.
and pretty much estimated the revenue. So what came up was that $35,000 we may not receive
Okay,
when it comes to the end, but that's not local, because we're getting all of our local.
okay, that's cool.
We're getting our local.
So, and then just to summarize, so I went through, I looked at the expend, so the revenue was short, and the expenditures, there were some, you know, there were 1, 2, 3, 5, 6 six-figure differences, most of them to our advantage, so that the difference at the end was, in terms of expenditures, was $500,000. So I'll pick on transportation for an example, because it says it's a decrease of $131,000, I mean, or operations, $173,000. That, to me, that's a lot of money in a small school district. And again, they're just estimates. I mean, at the end of the school year, I might be disappointed to find out that on January 13th, that $500,000 I thought we were going to realize, we're not going to realize. So is there any easy explanation of why there's such a big Like, well, or instructional salaries, 388,000, is that because we have fewer teachers?
So, there is an explanation. This is a consistent trend, okay? So this is where, in the end, I do a budget amendment, because all of these, where you see the negatives, that's where we're over expended. The positives where we have savings, but that is a consistent trend. For our operations, if you recall, we increased our operational budget for 2025, because usually we run negative in our operations.
Right.
What you see in maintenance, I anticipate that actually being more.
That is an increase.
So then, there's going to be essentially, quote unquote, a wash, so to speak, because that available funding in operations will then go in the end to cover for maintenance.
So that's a case of where we can apply savings in one department to the shortfall in another?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And we don't come, so essentially, when you do a budget amendment, just put this in perspective now. If you all want me to change something, tell me, I will do it. It will be more prominent when we get into 26. But for now, because this is a consistent revolving door.
Well, we're halfway into
we wait
25.
till- Yes, we wait till the end.
Okay.
Because, for example, let's take special education. That used to not run over. It runs over now because in our fiscal year 2024 budget, off the top, we reduced special education by $200,000, the budget. Because we had to cut $700,000 of our budget. $200,000 came from special education off the top, fixed charges, $500,000. You see both of those categories are over-expended.
Increase, yeah.
You get to our operations, we increased it, but now we've had a lot of issues in our buildings with maintenance, which that's a consistent issue. I mean, and note this, with operations, we use fund balance to increase that. So we're kind of going to be in the same.
I know, well, yeah, we don't want to, yeah.
You know, it may look as a savings this year, but that's an ongoing concern. All these that are special education, that's an ongoing concern.
Yeah.
Transportation is ongoing. I was just really, to be honest, I was light balling transportation, you know, because it is a revolving door of transportation. And what are we going to say? We're not going to pick up the student because we want to stay up. We can't say that. But I did try to use like a best guess of what we did, because what you have to remember, when our bus drivers are working, they're getting paid what's in their salary, but then also if they go over the 66 hours, they get paid straight time and then overtime. So that's not budgeted hours.
Right.
So
and-
that could tick either way.
Are you finding that on these maintenance, are a lot of them coming out of the middle school?
That I can give you information, but I don't know off the top of my head, but it's
Or the
all
high school? I mean, the
across
schools
board.
are all old.
Well,
but
look
I'm
at,
just-
well, yeah, I was going to say, look what the middle school just
Yeah.
went through with its plumbing.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, that adds up
And we-
fast.
Yes.
It does.
And then, but see, we have aging schools, which is in our other sources. It's almost like a grant.
I thought there was such a thing as an aging school grant.
We still have it.
Okay.
So that's where the set-aside money comes to, we have to spend the money up first and then get it back. We were gonna use that for the tennis courts, but the state ended up paying for that. But something like, for example, right now, we got sewer lines that gotta be, fixed. And I'm telling you, that's $83,000. We didn't budget for that.
Yeah.
And what we budget for repairs for buildings is $115,000. I can tell you right now.
Middle school's going to take it all.
Easy.
And it's going to get worse.
Yes.
So let me ask this, since this is estimated, this almost like a juggling act until we move far enough along through the physical year to kind of get things in concrete?
Yeah.
Understood.
But-
Right, that's why it's projection, right?
Yeah.
So we're at the midway point. We want to level up here and say, this is what we have spent, this is what we are anticipating spending, this is the difference. And at the bottom line, we're half a million-
527,000,
in
yeah,
the black
yeah.
as opposed to in the red. But that's why we monitor this so closely, and we try to bring you monthly updates, so we all maintain that pulse on these things. But I think this is a perfect example when we were talking about those budget adjustments earlier, right?
Yes.
We didn't plan on having sewer problems at the middle school this year, but it happened, and we have to find the money to fix it, which means, if we're spending a little less in other instructional costs, well, then we're going to take a little bit of that and ask your permission to move it over to maintenance. you
Let me
know.
ask this, who grants that permission? Like on some of the restricted grants, maybe a county commissioner or grantor has to approve it, but something like this, because I would assume an agent, any issue in a school could be operations, maintenance, or agent schools. Who's the authority to move that around?
First, it comes here, and then, well, if it's unrestricted, and my partner in crime over there will correct me, I just want her to know I'm, I know a little bit, and I'm a good student. If it's unrestricted, we come here first, and then we go to our county partners.
Understood.
If it's restricted, then it's most likely restricted by the state or the feds, right? So we have to go to the state who, if they're operating on behalf of the federal government, which typically they do at the state agency, then they get approved through the state.
But right now, this is a positive projection, correct?
Correct.
All right.
So, two questions, at least two questions. So, did I understand you to say, like, for example, transportation, or that, given our recent past history, we maybe budgeted more, knowing the last couple of years we didn't budget enough, and that's why right now we're seeing $131,000, because, maybe our projections, I don't want to say we're wrong, but, we were being cautious,
No, transportation, I'm confident standing to say that's just me being,
Good.
yeah.
Okay, all righty, I'll take it.
If you want to see my worst, that's about 200,000.
Well, my other question is, hey, I'm thrilled about all these decreases in our expenditures. I know this is going to be a prickly subject, but what's the 154,000 increase in administration?
Your legal fees.
Okay, well, it's okay, I just need to know what it is. I wanted to make sure it's not somebody sitting at this table with us.
No.
That's your legal
expensive.
fees.
Okay.
That's also indirect costs. So remember when I was saying we code expenses to indirect costs, but we don't get the revenue to eat it?
Yeah,
That's going to be
Okay,
high. So
yeah.
right now, that's between those two things. And then what also runs in our administration is like things like shredded, our shop water. They're district-wide expenses. And right now, we are kind of overexpended.
why in the world does legal expenses show up in administration? Can't it be its own category?
Well, I hear what you're saying, but I mean, at the end of the day, administering the entire enterprise is making sure that we're following all the laws and
Okay,
policies.
okay.
So that's why, when we are habituated in education to say administration means people, like principal, assistant principal,
Yeah, that's what I'm
superintendent.
thinking.
Right, but it really means the administration, so like, clerical, paper,
Yeah.
it's all those things that go into actually administering the enterprise.
So the
It's not
reason,
just position.
I'm actually really happy to hear that explanation, and I was being too flippant a minute ago, but one of the criticisms that school districts get, and we get it, is that we are administrative heavy. So when I'm looking at $154,000, I'm thinking that same thing. So I'm really happy to hear you say that it's more about the execution of administering a school and not a person attached to $154,000.
Correct.
Am I understanding you correctly?
You are,
Okay.
and I would agree. I think one of the things I have found in 4 school systems in the state is there's a great deal, because these categories are established by MSDE for accounting purposes, right? And the general person walking down the street, they're going to look, and just like we said, administration, you're going to think, oh, that means the administrators,
Yeah,
right? The
that's
people
what I
that
was
learn,
thinking.
right?
Correct.
And so everywhere I've been, we really have to work diligently to unpack what's the definition of administration? What's all the concrete things that fall in there to be transparent and forthright with people, right? Like these are the required accounting codes that we have to keep it in, but it's a process of continuously educating everyone about what does that actually mean.
Well, I just got educated, so thank you.
You're welcome, my pleasure. I'm a teacher first. So.
Do I get a scoop of ice cream?
Only if you put yours up there first.
All righty.
Sorry, I like metaphors.
Yeah,
so.
are there any other questions or comments? Let's see. Do you need anything from us, or was that was just for information? So
Yeah.
thank you very
Slide
much.
4 would generally be the consensus of the entire budget though, correct?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I just did it for you. Okay, keep going.
We looked at the heart of it, that's what.
Okay, so yes, that was the heart of it, and I do want to bring to your attention where I separate out aging schools, concentration of poverty, and transitional supplemental construction. They are all unrestricted money, but restricted for use. So essentially, they have to be used for those specific purposes. So that is set aside. I just wanted to throw that caveat out there.
Okay.
For CO, no, go ahead.
Yes, aging schools, COP, which is concentration of poverty.
Yeah.
And then TSI is targeted supplemental instruction? Transitional, okay. So these are funds that, it's interesting because they're unrestricted, but they have to function like restricted.
Right, because it has to be
So-
those categories,
Right, we
correct?
cannot use it for anything other than what it is designated, because these are state funds.
Can I get an example of what COP would be used for?
So we have the personnel grant and the per pupil grant. So as you see, the student health, which is 98,000 to the good, that would not be, to be honest, if we didn't have concentration poverty money. Because the personnel grant pays for the RN that's at our school. So right now we have the middle school, Garnett, and Rock Hall. It pays for the RN, and then it also pays for the I forgot, it's like an engagement coordinator.
It's the community, so concentration of poverty are the blueprint funds for community schools. And so you have, in the personnel grant, as she was saying, that funds the community schools facilitator who, does the work with the community at the school to identify the needs assessment, to identify what they need to come in, and then they do all the legwork. And then some of the resources, like she was saying, our nurses, our RNs at those schools. So that's an example of the concentration of poverty grants. And aging schools, I think that's pretty self-explanatory. And like she said, that functions as a reimbursement process. So we put the money up to repair the sewer system, and then we go and say we'd like to get reimbursed through aging schools. And then transitional supplemental instruction is used for those early grades to help with like reading specialists and things of that nature. So again, it's very specified on what we can use. I'm not sure why the state calls it unrestricted funds, because they function as restricted funds, but they're called unrestricted.
So essentially, by it being unrestricted, we're guaranteed to get that money bi-monthly. So whereas restricted, we have to spend it and get it. Unrestricted, I'm going to get that $256,000.
Yeah.
So that's where at the end, we're going to do it this year. It wasn't shown up separately with our fund balance of that unassigned. That's part when we went with that budget amendment. I pulled out TSI and COP carryover to put it back in the budget so that you could get a true fund balance, because that's really not monies that we can spend.
Understood.
So this is our income. So even though, yes, you see the $500,000 expenditures, you've got to look at it from the income standpoint. So our estimated revenues, that's our state and local funding, as well as the other funding sources, that's about $34.6 million. We're estimating that we're going to expend $34.1 million. This is what we will possibly truly end up having to the good. What that means is right now, after our budget amendment became last month, we had about $1 million left in fund balance. This will then go back into our fund balance, bring us back up to about $1.5 million. Now, this is the number that you want to go.
Okay, but still, I know it's not as nice as 527,000, but it's still pretty darn nice.
Still pretty.
Okay.
$500,000, we round up.
Yeah,
I
it's not
gotcha.
in the red.
Yeah,
It's not in the
gotcha.
red.
Alrighty.
And this again, just giving you something like a snapshot someone can see. The navy blue is the budgeted amount for all those categories. I did this by categories. This does not include aging schools, concentration poverty, or TSI. This is strictly just our unrestricted bread and butter funding. So our budget for our categories, meaning our salaries, contractual, supplies, equipment, you can see here, it's high for our salaries and our other charges. And I guess I'm stressing this because a lot of people say, you know, where's our money going? Well, majority of that is going to salaries. That is your benefits, healthcare, which is steadily rising, pension, your pensionable costs, as well as FICA, that's your Social Security and Medicare, that's 7.6%. That has to be paid to the state. So that kind of gives you a snapshot. We're kind of in line with what we budget and then what we're actually coming through. So that was pretty much what that comparison.
Let me ask a question about the salaries, because public perception, I heard this a lot during the campaign. You need to trim the fat, trim the fat.
There's no fat to trim.
Yeah.
It's not, like, we're at.
Correct.
I have to tell you, as someone who's served in 4 school systems, our school system is beyond lean.
Yeah.
And anyone who wants to say otherwise, please ask them to reach out to me, because I am happy to sit down and go through the actual data, the numbers with them. And I can tell them very specifically where we have diminishing return because we are so lean. So I just offer that to the public, anyone who's out there and thinks they want to have that conversation, I invite the conversation personally.
All righty.
And then this is also just a pie graph to break down expenses and where we spend our money. I thought that would just be useful as well, percentage-wise. So if you put together your salaries and wages, that's about 61%, and you combine that with your other charges does kind of fall under like the fixed charges. That's about 28% collectively. That is 89% goes to
People. Yeah.
So that only leaves us with 11% to run instruction, our materials for our students, for our teachers, the functionality, us being here, you know, at night, the electricity, 11%. So I thought that would be just, you know, noteworthy. And things to take note of, the fiscal year is not over.
Yeah.
We have older buildings, so that's a need for repair. This is just a projection. I will tell you, across the board, expenses rise. Our postage, isn't that small? It constantly goes up, I feel like, every quarter. But here we are, but we gotta pay for things. We gotta bring continuity of learning to our students, so we have to dish this out. But what to Dr. McComb's point, because she pointed that out earlier, Tuesday, April 15th is when we shut down budgets. So at that point, that's the last day to spend. That's where I do work with the superintendent. They have to come to me for approval. I work with superintendent to say yay or nay, you can do this. At the minimum, our monthly cost should be running from April 16th to June 30th. That also helps us with our fund balance as well. I can also say recodes to grants, so that $492 does not include the benefits that you're going to get from grants, and that's about $200,000 in addition, roughly about $150,000 to $200,000 are recodes when it comes to healthcare. And you know, I did not mention, I know that you said about instructional salaries. That comes sometimes when, let's just say, we budget for a teacher for a full year and they only work half the year. You have the savings for that, as well as the savings of their healthcare as well. So that's where you'll see that.
That
But
was
I would
the
caution
biggest,
because
that
that's
was
substitutes.
well, that was the biggest change.
Substitutes are,
Costly.
I will caution that, because even though you see that, that is not pending what we will need to get to the end of the year. And our schools do need substitutes, so that is you got substitutes, home hospital, you have those students with 504s, those are things we don't budget for, but that is where, when you're thinking instructional, I think also when it comes to that, our evening school that runs those costs. Even though we do have the grant, because like evening schools, like one-to-one, we're going to do recodes to, you know, I told you with the ARP funding. But just to give you a heads up of where we're at.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Thanks for, for
earned the
being
money
so
tonight.
well informed and I like the dance moves and everything,
I
too.
know, I
All
like
right.
the energy, too.
So let's move on to the budget calendar, please. All that was just for our information and our entertainment. Okay.
All right, so our budget calendar, I am looking for board approval for this. This is where Dr. McComas will be coming forth, and now I'm going into discussions with you about the proposed budget. We were pending to start the preliminary budget discussion on February the 10th with a deadline to have the budget approved by May 13th. What that will mean that if all goes well, May 13th, we will have the budget approved. The end of May, we will go to the county to get approved. Now, I will say this may change for a new format, this may change because sometimes the county, they know that we have to have approval, but sometimes it may take longer for them, so it may be stretched out to June, but by June 30th, we have to have an approved budget. In between that time, there will be budget hearings and then budget discussion. So when the superintendent comes with her preliminary budget, she presents it, but then we schedule a time for you all to talk to. Now, these dates are not set in stone. This is just a proposed calendar because you may say, hey, we know what our priorities are when we get, we should be getting monies this month, hopefully from the state of where our revenues are gonna look like. But let's just say, you may not need to do a discussion of the superintendent's budget on Monday, March the 24th.
Yeah, well, last year, I think we were able to eliminate one of those
Yeah.
dates. Dr. McComas, when do you may have already started it, when do you hear from the principals? When do they put their wish list together?
Yeah, so let me just, if I may, say I have already been engaged in the budget building process. As you know, in the community meetings as far back as October, the beginning of October, we were engaging the community in identifying budgeting priorities. I have been meeting with the central leadership offices on their budget needs. I have met, I'm actually scheduled this week, I know, to meet with the middle school and I think the high school as well? Galena. So they are scheduled between now. My goal is to have done all of our internal discussions around requests. And what I've asked everyone to do, because we, you know, under the blueprint legislation, we have to sort of reorganize our budgets. I have asked everyone to look at 3-year actual spend data. So, you know, don't come to me with just a request. Let me see what you've spent on that over the last 3 years, and then let me see your request to see is it reasonable and how close or not, so we can identify what we need. And then hopefully, as Ms. Stewart said, the state is expected to be releasing its projected revenue to school systems, which that too is a moving target. But we'll start to get a preliminary understanding of what kind of funds are coming from the state. So we're kind of in that building process. We also conducted a digital survey specifically on the budget that I will bring all of that information to you. I just need to consolidate it because we had, you know, multiple methods of trying to get input and build a vision. And what I will say to the board, I know that we successively over years have had reducing enrollment, and I know one of our team members says it's become a process of what else can we do without? And I asked everyone to think with a vision around their budget, not just where we are, but more importantly, where we need to go based on the feedback in the community conversation. So I just offer that to say, I'm trying to think about our budget, not just about like the things that we have today and preserving them, but how do we build what we are trying to move towards, and what might that mean in terms of redistributing the resources that we have, and or obviously seeking every grant that we can to help build that. So.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
A vision, I like it.
You try. Thank you.
And would you say, I mean, in thinking about how the blueprint does have restrictions, I mean, in advocating for more flexibility, I mean, is that part of that process?
Right. Well, I'm at the receiving end of the blueprint direction. I will say, as superintendents, as you know, we have tried to advocate as a whole group One of the things that we do agree as a whole group is that increased flexibility would be beneficial because, and for the general public who may not really know exactly what we're referring to, the Blueprint funds act as restricted funds in many ways. They're very directed. And, you know, it's again, kind of like when I give my son some money, I say, this is what you can use it for, and I want the change back, right? So if we, you know, if the state in its legislative process this year moves towards greater flexibility, I know that would certainly be beneficial for us, and I know collectively across the state it would be beneficial. I will be interested, and I'll be following closely what the legislature does related to the Blueprint. I know, you know, they just recently made some motions around the collaborative planning.
That's on
funding.
Friday, yeah.
Oh, it's this Friday?
No, they did it.
Oh, they
They've
did,
already
that's
done
right.
it, yeah.
And they were, I think the governor had mentioned that before winter break. I remember hearing that was coming. So I'll be interested to see. I mean, more flexibility. I think we make a great, I mean, conceptually you get it here, right? Restricted versus unrestricted. If we have fewer restrictions, it allows us to be flexible when something unexpected comes up, right? Like maybe, I know one of our Eastern Shore counties had a sudden huge enrollment in September in their multilingual population. I think like 700 students came in 1 month, right? Now, they had not planned for that, but when you have flexibility, you can start shifting to meet emergent needs as they arrive. Less flexibility makes that harder to do. So, you know, but we will see, and I look forward to this budget process. I think it will be, as all budgets are, you know, where you put your money and your time tells you what's important to you, right? So,
Are there any questions or comments?
For this, because we're going to vote on this, are you saying you'll be able to consolidate all of the things you need to start by February 10th?
oh yeah, I'll be ready and on schedule. I'm not holding us up.
So
Thank you.
This is an action item. The administration requests board approval for the fiscal year 2026 proposed budget calendar. I need a motion.
Before a motion, one last question. If this is approved, we can come back and amend it and switch dates around if need be,
Oh, yeah,
correct?
yeah.
All right, I bring a motion to approve the 26 proposed budget calendar.
Is there a second?
A second.
Is there any more discussion or any more questions? Mr. Queen?
No.
All righty. I call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Ms. Swanson?
I'm allowed to vote on this?
You're allowed to vote on this.
Okay. Aye?
Is that an aye?
Yes.
All righty.
Sorry.
All righty. One last, next to last thing, Bayside Athletic donation. Is that you, Ms. Stewart?
Yes. So this, I am requesting board approval for the Bayside Athletic Conference donation. The Bayside Athletic Conference donated $2,000 to the Kent County High School. The funds will be used for personnel needs, specifically for the athletic director and trainer to attend national conferences, as well as the travel costs to state and regional meetings. And if there is money left over, I believe, with the conferences as well, if there's like overnight stay or things like that. So, your administration just asking for board approval.
So I'm curious, did the conference make this allocation to all school districts?
Yes, so
Okay.
it is a subsidy from the State Athletics Association from the revenues they generate from the state tournaments.
Gate receipts,
And
okay.
it's basically a kickback to each conference, and the conference, all the trustees on the Board of Controls voted to give a $2,000 kickback to
So
every high
everybody-
school in the Bayside Conference, so
We don't want to use the word kickback, do we?
subsidy.
Okay. I am looking for a motion. The administration is requesting board approval for the Bayside Athletic Conference donation.
Bring a motion to accept.
I'll second it.
Any more questions or comments? I call, Ms. Dorsey, I call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
It is a unanimous, Mrs. Manley. Did anyone else sign up for public participation? All righty. I just want to remind everybody that the next meeting of the Board of Education, Kent County, will be held on February 10th, beginning at 5:30 p.m. with the open session. Open session will be immediately followed by the board's meeting going into closed session. The open session will resume at 6:30 p.m. The meeting will be located at the Administrative Building in the Boardroom, 5608 Boundary Avenue, Rock Hall. Before I call for a motion for adjournment, I just want to remind everyone, including the board, that the next meeting of the Citizens Advisory Committee is on February 24th. The reason I bring that to your attention is the board, the last time the Citizens Advisory Committee met, they were very forceful in wanting me to impart this message to the board that they want you to give them something to do. There's nothing worse than being on a committee and just sitting there twiddling your thumbs. So when we meet on February 10th, I'm going to ask you guys for some suggestions of something deep dive that you'd like, some issues that you'd like the Citizens Advisory Committee to look
Yeah,
at.
it would help have a lot more clarity on the purpose of the Citizens Advisory Committee. since
We can
it's not
talk
very
about
clear.
that.
Yeah.
I agree as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me ask this as well, with
Yeah.
those meetings, are board members allowed to attend?
The only two board members who can attend are the president and, excuse me, not the board president, but the CAC has its own chairman and vice chair. Now, at the February meeting, we will be, because they change, or they change or stay the same, but they're voted on every year. So at the February meeting, we will, as a board, decide who will be the committee chair and the vice chair. They're the only two, as board members, that can attend, because if a third member attends, it's a quorum.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I would need more information before.
well, we can talk about that next on 10. All righty. I am looking for a motion to adjourn.
Don't everybody rush out of here at once. A motion to adjourn the meeting.
As a second,
A second.
any more conversation or questions? Okay, a call for the vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Well,
Aye.
let's get out of here.